Welcome to my world. Come on in and make yourselves at home. Welcome to my life. I know everything's gonna be all right. Welcome to my world. Oh, won't you come on in? Welcome to my life. It's known as the Tiger's Den. Greetings to all of my subscribers. I want to thank you for being with me for as long as you have, and the new subscribers that's coming on in. We want to say greetings and thank you for your time. This is from Toothless and the moderators. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. Welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl, and I am Toothless Tiger. Hello, everybody. Greetings, Madria, so Alicia, Astator, as you guys know, I've been covering Atlanta. We'll just say Atlanta, because there are some outlandish things going on in the city of Atlanta, the county of Fulton, the mecca of the people. One they call Chocolate City. We know that that's known for DC, but it's also known for Atlanta, Georgia. Greetings, Phyllis. And I've been talking about Fani Willis. I got interested in Fani and did a little research, and I went back to when she prosecuted educators for trying to get our children through the education system. Animal husbandry, we call it. One day, I don't know when, but parents are going to wake up and realize that we were not taught education for human development. We were taught to be good little servants. We were taught to help everybody get rich but us. Creativity? Oh, no, you don't have that. I think you're hallucinating. But what I need you to do is come up with a formula or a way for me to do this job quicker, more efficient, and I can pay you less money. And if you come up with an idea, I need you to sign a piece of paper so that your idea belongs to me. Or I'll give you a bonus. I just need you to keep making me more money. That's the American way that we know. We hear about the American way, you know, the white picket fence, the house on the hill, the dog, the cat, whichever you prefer, the husband, the children. Unfortunately, we went to sleep to a dream and woke up to a nightmare. And chances are, we're still living in the nightmare. Oh, there are a few of us that escaped and dared to dream our dreams and follow our intuition. It's our unalienable right. And some of us went against the grain. But most of us conformed. And all we want to do is live peacefully one with another and make sure everybody is all right. So we think that the system is rigged and it's against us, and it's just us against them and them against us, but we just keep saying them are the Europeans, and they just don't care about us because we're the Africans, so they say. And as we grow older and start getting more intrigued by how this situation is the way it is, we start researching, and then we learn that we are the indigenous ones to the land throughout the world. And the hatred is real throughout the world. And all the inventions came from our ancestors. We do our best to live by the code. The code is do unto others as you would have them to do unto you. Seek ye first the kingdom of God, and the rest will be added unto you. So you live your whole life seeking, praising, giving, worshiping, supporting. And it seems nothing in your neighborhood ever changes. 1 minute you couldn't vote, now you can. But we were told they're going to give us our leaders, and they're going to tell us who to vote for, and we've been doing it ever since. One while they said we couldn't read, then they said we could, and they gave us the book to read, and that's all we want to read, while our neighborhoods are falling apart. I saw a story on Instagram where a family, their mom and dad, they live in Chicago, and they had bought a home. They were sharecroppers, and they moved from Mississippi to Chicago, bought a home in 1967. And they own the home. They have 4 children. And the mom passed away last year, and the father passed away just this past December. But due to eminent domain, they're about to lose their home, and they gave them to May 18th to be out of their home, but they're not giving them just compensation as it is written in the Constitution for the United States. It is also written that my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge. And for some reason, we'd rather go by what somebody else said than to research and learn for ourselves. Thank you so very much for that Cash App. You are so beautiful. I greatly appreciate you. And I want to take a moment to acknowledge my Cash App. And I know that it breaks into the show, but it is very much appreciated and needed. So anytime you guys bless me with anything, I'd like to be able to acknowledge you, just like your memberships. I've been desperately trying to give away a massage, but I just can't get anybody to take me up on them. I am massage poor because I have to pay that $75 every month regardless, and I rarely get out of the house. And so I try to gift it to my members for being good to me and gifting me their membership. You don't have to do that. And I want y'all to know, if y'all didn't do that, I probably would end up going off for a little while because I spend much more money than I take in. And a lot of people say if it doesn't make dollars, it doesn't make sense. But I was taught that if you give away what you have, the money will come. And so I guess like Jesus, one day it's coming. But I'm just going to run on and see what the end's going to be. Because we need to teach our children. We say they're our future, but we need to start teaching them our past. So our future does not become, their future does not become our past. Because if they don't know where they come from, they're bound to return to that very same spot not having a thought of what's going on, but not having a direction as to how to go on. And we got to teach them. I want to talk about this situation because, we are much of the opinion that the system is against us. And trust me, the system is. Everybody is against us. And trust me, we're against each other. A lot of us are against ourselves. But what I really want to stress to everybody is no matter who's at the head, if you believe in the Son book, like most say they do, go to Ephesians 6 and 10, and then it'll kind of tell you about government and how it's ran. And that's why you have to armor yourself. Because it's principalities and wickedness and rulers in dark places. And it's not Casper, the friendly ghost, or Jonathan, the mean ghost, whoever that is. It's people that look just like you. The ones that say, come on and come to my conference. Come support my campaign. I'm going to do this for you if given an opportunity. I'll never do what the one before me did. I'm going to show you the way to get to where I am, only to have them play by the same rule book. So if it's a system and it's a rule book, then it can't be an individual. Divide and conquer. That's what we were taught. Keep them divided. Talk about the color of their hair, their eyelashes. Did y'all see that with Texas Senator? She's in the House of Representatives, and Marjorie Taylor Greene, I believe is her name. And she actually felt that she was disrespected after disrespecting this woman. And then we all have our opinions about it, because I think that Jasmine Crockett, although she's from my home state, representing my area, and I certainly support her, work her nick like she's still in the hood. She knows what she speaks of when she speaks. And she's a Democrat. Staunch. And I used to be. Today I'm just me. And I understand why the vote counts, especially locally. If we don't get involved in something we know nothing about, we have to learn it, just like we learned everything else that we didn't know anything about. I hear a lot of people say, I don't fear nothing but God, and I know that's a lie, because nothing has changed in this world. If you didn't fear what you know not, you would learn it and change something. You do it everywhere you go. We are all unique, beautiful individuals, inside and out. The look of a person is in the eye of the beholder. The beauty comes from inside and how one treats you. But let me say thank you for the Cash App.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it.
Thank you.
I don't try to, beat nobody over the head about donations or whatever, because I know we're all living in perilous times. The dollar's value is not the same. I don't know if y'all remember that commercial. If you think a dollar isn't what it used to be, buy it on some Campbell's soup or try it. One of those. That's an old commercial when I was a little girl. Dollar just isn't what it used to be. And I understand that. Your presence, your likes, your engagement in the conversation, it really helps. I don't have a mass following, but I have a following. And I want to be here for you guys, like you all have been here for me. Started out Sundays live, Sundays and Tuesdays, and Sundays and Wednesdays. You guys have been here. Some come, some go. Some return. Whatever the situation, I want to thank y'all. You didn't have to. But I got some stuff to talk about tonight. I want to talk about this woman, Fani Willis. She's affected, you saw the thumbnail, these 4 women's lives in such devastating ways. All the while parading around her campaign, saying she's the gift to women, the face of womanhood. Or should I say womanhood? Whichever. It is not true. She stood on the steps with clergy in Atlanta. All men, of course, and this is a woman who said that she didn't need a man. Only man that ever took care of her was her daddy. Now, I don't know if she was talking about her father that was there, to help create her, or if she's talking about a sugar daddy. I don't know. Maybe she's a sugar mama, because it seemed like she paid out more than she received. But I guess if you get the seat where you can do the bidding, and you can have carte blanche by saying you're a constitutional officer, and I don't see anywhere where she's upholding her oath of office. I've been looking at the Senate hearings, and I recorded some that I wanted to show you guys so you could just hear the money. But I think I've played that enough. Maybe another day. But in essence, what they're saying is the commissioners listen to her argument. First, she has to put it in writing what she has a need for. They call it line items, meaning you ask for specific things. Every time you hear her talk about this race, she talks about how the commissioners will not fund she and the sheriff's office properly, where they're considered constitutional officers. And in Georgia, what that means, and they mean state constitution, is what they mean. And what they mean by that is they have autonomy where they control their own budgets. So what it shows us is a lack of ethics, of honesty, of value, of moral character. These are the things that we try to instill in our children. But we have to get them from our parents, a teacher, a coach, a pastor, someone else's parent. Someone had to give us that foundation. And if you lack that foundation, no matter what you do and who you become, it will show in your behavior. You can say anything, and most of us speak very eloquently. Some of us don't have a clue of what we're saying, but we say it so beautifully, nobody has a clue, and they don't care. They just know you sound good. Ever went to a Sunday service and you asked somebody, what was it about? I don't know, but girl, he really preached. The choir sang that song. Girl, what was they singing about? Girl, I don't know, but they sound good. And when she hit that note, woo-wee, man, I thought I was going to fall out the pew. It happened to us a lot. Conversations with no substance. And when you have substance, nobody really want to talk to you. We're in so much pain, we'd rather laugh at other people's pain and spend a lot of money doing it, rather than have a conversation and see how we can change things. I'm a great believer in the matriarchy. And I know that we as women possess power that will shake the earth. But first, you got to have self-love. And you get that from working on self. Because we all fall short of other people's expectations. And sometimes even our own. That happens to all of us. So until you become one with yourself, you cannot honestly be one with anybody else. Even those who love to use this line, put God first. What does that mean? And why doesn't it show in who you are as a person? You know, I just explained to y'all the other day who God was. A lot of people speak on God, but are we talking about God, who we call the Father? Or are we talking about God, the governmental ordinance department? Which God are we talking about? And I think we can kind of tell by the way we live our lives and the way we treat people. Fani Willis had an opportunity to be great, to do something great. She said she's the face of women. No, I don't think so. She's the face of what you don't want to be. She lies blatantly. And you know, I've looked at big shows that have enormous amount of subscribers, and I've heard those that speak truth to power. I've heard them say that a lot of times a lot of people are being unsubscribed, and the people are not unsubscribing. It's happening systemically with YouTube because of truth being spoken. And that could be true. I never get past a certain number. I've seen people come and just shoot up. I seen a lady that I love looking at, and she had about 700 people when I started. I had what I have now, 1570 something. And now she's almost at 3,000. And so I know a lot of that is the individual, and I don't envy anybody or get upset about it. Because I'm going to do this my way, just like everybody do it theirs. But it's something to that, in my opinion. I've been here 3 years. She's been here 3 months. But when you put in the work, all you can do is say congratulations. Keep doing a great job. Hi, Margaret. Thank you for joining from Ohio, Northwest Ohio. Thank you for joining us. I'm just a little old 65-year-old woman that decided one day to get on here and share my life experience, my journey on discovering who I was as an individual with unalienable rights, with a bloodline of a Moabite, Bantu. A lot of people don't understand our history, and it's so convoluted. And I think they made it that way. But if you're determined, seek truth, and I promise you, you'll find it. It has no versions. It is what it is. Sometimes we come together in truth, and sometimes we disagree. I'm a person that just disagree, and we move forward. I don't agree to disagree with anybody. That's not what I do. My daddy taught me disagreeing was arguing, so I don't really agree to argue. Margaret says, Fani had an opportunity to be a shining star. Instead, she chose a path of corruption. She doesn't fool all the people. And you're certainly right about it, and that's what this is all about. How this one woman affected these 4 women's lives, and all of them were powerful. Oh, That is beautiful. You're 76. Yay! Thank you for joining me. I greatly appreciate you. For a minute, let me come on the screen so you can see me. Thank you, Margaret. I appreciate you. I'm normally off the screen because I read in my little glasses. I used to have beautiful eyes, and a few years ago, they kind of started going shady on me. I had laser surgery. They did pretty well, but they told me to use the reading glasses. And so it's sometimes a little hard for me. So I don't like to be on camera. And then, too, I smoke cigarettes, and I don't want to be on camera smoking anymore because YouTube is trying to commercialize, they say. And I know people smoke on TV and stuff, but I just kind of want to do things decent and in order. And so I go out the camera. But I am a camera person. And I know that we can't see each other, but I'd like for you to see me and know who you're talking or listening to. But, oh, that's beautiful. You're my sister's age. I have sisters and brothers. I am the baby girl. And I'm 65, and my baby brother is 63. So I am just elated that you're here and that you shared your age. You know, we start out young lying about our age. And then people make mockeries of people when they get older. And some people lie so much about their age when they get older, they don't remember their age. They really don't. But it is important, if we're going to take note, to be grateful for every moment and every day that we're given. There are so many of our children today without hope, and they don't make it to our ages. I'm trying to get to your age. I want to get to my grandmother's age, and I think I'll be satisfied. My maternal grandmother transitioned at the age of 104. My mom transitioned at the age of 66. So my dad's mom left even earlier. But before I leave here, I want to leave an indelible mark on whomever. It says, whosoever will, let them come. Whoever will listen, I'm going to talk about it. And I may not ever get any bigger because I'm not going to come on no more than twice a week. I also have congestive heart failure. I was born with a 3rd-degree heart block. Been having a pacemaker for about 40. My son is 43, for 41 years. And it put my heart in congestive heart failure after all of these years. Some people say, well, why do you smoke? You are crazy. No. I'm not. I have trauma, and I've dealt with a lot. Sought counseling, wise counseling. But I learned how to live this life. And if you're not living your life for you, then you're not living. We have to give of ourselves, but you have to have something to give. That's just the truth of the matter. And I started smoking way before I ever knew anything about any heart problem. And I was born with the problem and didn't discover it until I gave birth to my only child. And I'm still here. 65 years later. I got to do something. This is a wicked world. And I'm talking about a system that you can do everything right. You can go to the Air Force. You can move in the finer parts of town. And someone can call the police. They knock on your door. You answer your door, not knowing who's on the other side. And you can end up unalived in a matter of seconds while talking on FaceTime with your girlfriend. That's how it happens for us. But it don't just happen to us. That's just all they show in the news. It happens to us all. When it was written that there is nothing, and it's talking about sin that overcomes you, that's not common to man, that you're not provided a way of escape, that's everybody. When it is written that he maketh this rain to rain on the just as well as the unjust, that's all of us. You have to choose you this day. What you gonna do? Are you for right? Or are you gonna be like everybody else? The herd, the sheeple. It's your choice. It's your choice. And the saddest part about us growing up in our time, Margaret, and you can attest to this, we didn't know we had choices because our parents was coming off of Jim Crow, and they were so afraid for us. They wanted to make sure that we learned how to do everything we were supposed to do. Yes, ma'am. No, ma'am. That's right, ma'am. Yes, sir. So that we could have the chance that they didn't have. They gave up their lives for us to have a chance that they didn't have. And unfortunately, the system had different plans. And so they took our jobs away from us. They took our men out of our homes and incarcerated them. They gave us women, the matriarchs, the nurturer, the peace bearer. They gave us jobs outside the home. And then they gave us overtime. So we didn't spend time with our babies. And they were left to fend for themselves. Oh, they may have had their aunts and their cousins and their grannies looking after them, but it's nothing like a mother's love. And a mother's foot going down on that floor, looking at you in your eye, letting you know, I don't have to say a word. You know when you're wrong. And you know what comes with that. Consequences. That disrupted the nuclear family. And it's still disrupted today. Because now, mama can be at home. But everybody got one of these. And everybody in the home is doing this. Nobody is talking with one another. Nobody is eating together. Nobody. And of course, when I say nobody, I don't mean all, because there's all of nothing. We know that just by drinking in a cup. Finish a drink of water and see, isn't it a little circle left in the bottom? It's all of nothing. But we're going to talk about this woman because she's very destructive. But they're just showing us what this system is like. I wish everybody in America was watching the Young Thug trial. And it's trials like this all over. It's a young lady that my sister's been watching. And everyone who has, I've heard their opinion on it. And certainly my sisters have a firm belief that this woman has been set up. By what? The thin blue line. This lady didn't do this. And I don't know how it's going to turn out. When we look at Young Thug case, and we look at the Chief Justice Superior Judge, who's a Brigadier General in our Army, it saddens me to see how biased he is. And I think it's not so much as he's biased against these young men. I thought that was it at first, but I don't think that's really it. I think what it is he's against himself because he made a mistake once. And we all make mistakes. This one was a very costly one. This young man had unalived a senior citizen. And the young man had went to court. He had been in jail for 3 years. But when he went to court, the DA wasn't prepared. for the defense. Once the DA gave their opening statement, the defense gave theirs and said, my client is not guilty by reason of insanity. Call for a mistrial. So the prosecutor said, no. That's not the way that goes. It's go da 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 da. And he, same judge, who's practicing from the bench every day, he's practicing from the bench. And that's against the Constitution. That is against the Sixth Amendment. He's not an Article 3 judge. Not in the Superior Court, he's not. Unless that has been designated as Article 3, and I don't think so. Article 3, the United States Constitution. You know, they love to talk about their Constitution, but they're talking about the Georgia Constitution. And every country has a right to talk about their Constitution, because we all have one. But we're talking about just unalienable, basic human rights. And this man know that he made a mistake, and so he would keep allowing this dogmatic woman, Miss Adrienne Love, and they used to work together, she and Fani, under Paul Howard. They both ran a campaign in 2020 on being a DA. She wanted to be a DA of another place. And they ran on gang violence. But we're going to learn the money that was allocated for gangs in Fulton County. Fani Willis fired Amanda Tipson because she's integral. She's honorable. She loved what she did, working to help build people. You know, a lot of people go to school to have a degree, alphabets behind their names. But it is written that my people are destroyed for the lack of knowledge, not a degree. The degree is the world system, basically to keep most out. Knowledge is power. And one thing that we know about power is a beautiful thing in its rightful place. We all possess it, especially we matriarchs. Whether you have given birth or not, you are a woman. You were created that way. To nurture, to mother, to love, to teach, to discipline, encourage. Those are the things and the qualities that we have as a mother. But this lady loved what she did. And she was also in the office of Paul Howard. But when Fani Willis came, before she came, she told everybody they had to reapply for their jobs. This lady was one of the ones that had to sit through a 9-panel interview. Have y'all ever heard of a 9-panel interview? That is utterly ridiculous. 9 people? Y'all know that's ridiculous. But she did it and got the job. Fani thought she was going to be to her good. She thought she had her one. She didn't. And so I'm going to let y'all see how this woman has disrupted the lives of people that all they wanted to do is their reasonable service. You see, Fani Willis, Judge Glanville, Adrienne Love, whatever Hilton name is, they remind me of the wicked judge in Luke 18:1. If you don't know that story, go read it. Very interesting. The wicked judge didn't fear man or God. But there was this little woman in the church who kept coming and asking him to pardon her. And he'd sent her away, but she kept coming, asking him to pardon her. And after so many times of coming, it is written that the wicked judge, the one who feared not God nor man, pardoned her. He said, because she wearied me. She got on his nerves. She wore him down. And when you stand for something, that's what you have to do. You may have to give up something too. Your livelihood. You know, we all say we trust and believe. Well, sometimes it's put to the test and you got to see if you really trust. And then you got to get your hustle on. Your mind. Not going trying to stick up nobody or anything like that. 5-quart Molly and all that little toddy. None of that. You got to start finding ways to stay afloat without losing your mind. It is not easy, but it can be. It doesn't always feel good, but it can feel good. Margaret, I really, really, really appreciate you participating in the conversation. Margaret said, I believe age makes you wiser. It can. You know, because if you was a little fool when you were young, when you get old, you're just going to be an old fool. Unless you do something different. And age really does, at times, you start seeing things differently. Because before, when you didn't know any better, you lived for forever until you get to where we are. And you can barely get up without them knees wanting to give out. Or you got to try to make it to that bathroom before the bathroom come to you. Yeah. You start viewing life a little bit differently. You see people different too. Things that you used to forgive and overlook, they become intolerable. That's why they said sometimes the same things that attract you to a person is that very same thing that will take you away from that person. And I just think I said same thing that'll take you away from that person. The very same thing. Margaret said, yes, my parents worked hard to raise us. Did it say, hooray for the seniors, King? Okay. She said, I think she said teen agers. I think that's what that is. Fani is using her office for the wrong reason. Yes, she is, and it's unfortunate. But one thing I learned about people like that is that she's choosing. One thing that I learned the hard way, that we have choices. And we're taught right from wrong as a child. But life throws us a lot of curves. A lot of things that we're taught that it's supposed to be. It's not like that when you go to school every day. And people are trying to take your lunch money. Or beat you up because your mom combed your hair. Or your clothes are clean. They don't know if you ate last night or not. But because you look like you ate dinner, you might get beat up. There's so many different things that goes on in people's homes that causes life not to be like it is in your home. So life happens to us all. And then we get caught in a rut, and then we feel we don't have a choice. And who can we trust to tell our story to? Because if you tell somebody anything short of what they think of you, then they're going to laugh and talk about you. And to keep from being ridiculed and laughed and talked about, you rather suffer through the pain alone. There's so many of us suffer through the pain of aloneness for no reason. You know, I can't draw and I can't do all of that, but what I learned, the greatest art that I learned was the art of letting go. And as I've gotten a little bit older, I learned Judicial Branch's method. You know, the stick, the fork in me, I'm done. I've learned to be done. And if you learn to be done, you can you're going to feel the pain, the sting of the emotion that you're going through when something happens to you, someone betray you, or whatever the situation may be. But when you learn to be done, you can get over it quicker. You don't feed nothing into it and take nothing from it. You're just done. That's how you have to learn. Inch by inch, step by step. Margaret said, I retired in 2014 from the criminal justice system after over 30 years of service. Oh, okay. Boy, I bet you got some good stories to tell. I retired in 2012. Actually, I last worked in 2011, but I was retired in 2012 from the Internal Revenue Service. I was a revenue officer. Margaret said, I have been watching Fani Willis very closely with my research. I can relate and understand you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hopefully you can share the video and tell a couple of your friends. Maybe they'll want to hear and listen too. Hey, Regina M., you're just in time. I'm getting ready to do my thing. We're going to start talking about this woman. And y'all know how the computer does. I'm going to try to do her first so we can hear her. And then I'm going to introduce y'all to Amanda Tippings. Amanda is, I have a little interview of her, and it's on Phil Holloway's show. And I put it in the description. But if anybody want to put it in the chat, that's fine, because we're going to look at his, and we're going to look at, he's going to tell us a little bit about Nathan Wade's wife. I looked and looked and looked to get that paperwork, and it's not on Scribed, and it's not on the Cobb County website. They're back in March. So I guess with them being attorneys and they're in the town, then they have a little inside website they can go to, but the public website didn't have it on there. I looked for them very much, but I don't mind giving credit to whom credit is due when we use somebody's information. That's what it's all about, is getting the word out. I've seen these people grow exponentially. I really have. I've seen him grow. He didn't have a big following when I started looking at him, but he is an attorney and he is good. These people that cover these stories are pretty good. This lady named April, she's a Standard of Truth podcast. She's pretty good. She comes from a biblical point of view, and that's according to where you are with the biblical. But that's where she comes from. And there's one about Wake Christian. There's some great people out here covering these stories. Melanie King, she does great. She talked about Fani, and I got the article that we're going to talk about her abusing and misusing this money that everybody pretends not happening. Margaret says, this is my first time on your channel. You just popped up tonight, so I am here. I am grateful. Glad you're here, and thank you for the subscription. Okay, here we go, y'all. Let's try to see what I can do.
And I certainly will not be choosing people to date that work under me. Let me just say that. We are at a place in society where things happen in people's relationships, husband and wife. Sometimes there are outside relationships. I don't think that that's what the community is concerned about, although there might be a moral breaking in that. I think that what citizens are really, really concerned about is if you chose to have inappropriate contact with employees. I mean, there's nothing that I can say on it other than it is distracting. It is certainly inappropriate for the number one law enforcement officer in the state. And it really, really saddens me. And it will be very unfortunate if the taxpayers of this community have to pay for any of those lawsuits.
Oh, tonight.
Anyone has to pay for those lawsuits. Isn't that amazing? Okay, that's me here. I don't want to play that. I want to take that down. Okay, when we first heard about Fani, we learned about, what she was doing with Nathan and Ashley Merchant, and her client, Mr. Roman, brought it to the attention of everybody. And so they had a hearing about it. And then we have a friend. Now, here's a lady who said that she and this woman had been friends since college. She didn't say they were bosom buddies and hung out every day, and Oprah and Gail. She just said that they were friends from college. And they were so much so friends that the lady moved in her apartment. And I want y'all to know, this lady was leasing this condo. They told the story in court like she owned the condo. And I want y'all to know she was leasing the condo, and the county of Fulton and the state of Georgia is actually paying Fani Willis rent to this day. She got approximately $4,000 stipend to relocate, supposedly out of fear of what people said they were going to do to her. But yet she speak of going to the grocery store and being in the community. Where is the fear? And then she has her own private detail. And what's so sad about it, the commissioners have no clue how much any of this costs, why they're still paying for her to live in a place, and she has a home that she refused to live in. And the place that she's living in is subletting from somebody who don't own it. So nothing is legitimate. Everything about this lady sounds like a street hustle. Whether real or imagined, that's what we know to happen in the hood. Who would live in public office and have them paying over $4,000 and you're subletting somebody's condo? Now, I don't know who she's living with now or where she's living, and I'm not concerned. We're talking about the situation, not the location. I'm not interested. I'm only telling the story to the people the best I can. I do the best research I can do, and I tell the story. Everything is alleged until proven guilty. We're the only people that are guilty until proven innocent. But when you speak on someone or you talk about an issue, it is alleged until proven guilty in a court of law by a jury of your peers, unless you cop a plea. But here this lady, Robin Bryant, minding her own business, doing her own thing. Fani hired her to be her stylist and her social media individual. These people have social media consultants so they can see how they look in all of the social media platforms, because they're reaching for higher ground. And there's nothing wrong with reaching for higher ground and doing what you need to do to advance your career, but not at the people's expense. And you're only allowed to do this kind of thing because we know it's something happening in the background that's not being spoken of. We've had a good old boy system ever since we've known the government, we as the people. It's been nothing but European men, and then they start allowing one or two of the women in. So this system is not designed for anybody to do right. How do you know that? Because they allow you to do so much wrong until you've done what they need you to do, and then they pull your card. You have to make a conscious decision to do right. When anything of value is involved, you must make a decision. There are some things in life you must compromise. You have to make a decision which are the ones that you can look at yourself in the mirror and live with. Everyone must do it. And you will pay. Whatever you reap, trust me, the sowing is coming. Whether you have the needle and thread or not, it's coming. So here she has this friend. She invites her into the DA's office. She lets her be over her PR as far as her social media goes. She's her stylist. She's also the place where she and her boo thing go and what they call shack up. Whether they live together or not, they spent plenty of nights and days at this lady's house. So much so until the lady found her a young man and decided that she wanted to marry, and she moved out of her condo that she was leasing and allowed Fani to move in and lease it because she was literally there, and so was Nathan all the time. Fani Willis ran on the strength of gangs, crime, misappropriations of funds, unethical behavior. But if you listen to some of her interviews, at least one that I've showed, she said that the first day she was in office, she realized she was going to have to go after Donald Trump. She went to the commissioners to get money. Before that, well, not before that, because she said the first day in office, that's what she decided. But she went to the commissioners with a line item list of she needed more hires because they had a backlog of astronomical figures of cases of people languishing in their jails, which they want us to believe that they got rid of 16,000 cases and down to 130. But that's all for a certain fund that the government gave them during C-19 period. That's not what's happening today. See, they're not giving us the numbers that's being added. They're only talking about the backlog, and nobody believes them. That's why she's under so many different investigations right now. And she spoke on that church steps like she was truly the chosen one from heaven. But with Robin, very big mistake, Margaret. But with Robin, something happened in the office. Hey, Texas girl, good to see you. Thank you for coming. But with Robin, I believe something went on, and this is just me being toothless. I believe something went on between she, Nathan, and the party gang. and it spilled over into the office. Because as you will find, if you look at the two women on the right, Robin Yurty, she got rid of and put her in a precarious situation where she had to either be terminated or resign, and she resigned. And Amanda Tippins, right up under her, if you look, she got rid of her, demoted her from a director to a file clerk. The person that wrote the grant of $488,000 got demoted to a file clerk because she thought she worked for an integral woman. She didn't know she was dealing with the devil in the red dress, the pink dress, the blue dress, whatever dress she put on. She had no clue that she wasn't for right. She took her at her word, what she ran on. But I can tell y'all, you could just do the math. In order for her to get the office of DA, she had to be practicing law at least for 3 years. The lady left the DA office just long enough to practice 3 years. And then she ran for office. She just met the requirement. She knows the ropes. Imagine the father who's supposed to be a panther on one side, and then daddy who's supposed to be the number one politician. Because one of the things that she didn't tell, but it's all over the streets of Atlanta, I don't know what happened, but it makes sense to me. She talked about him sleeping around. She was one of those that he slept with. I can believe it because she definitely was one who slept with Nathan Wade, and he was married to a woman, and you just heard her say that the people don't really care about you messing with nobody's husband. We know that's evident because every preacher on that stump stood there and said they endorsed a woman who slept with a married man of a wife who's ill. How low can you go? You can't go much lower. But let's hear. They wanted to know, how long had this relationship been going? Oh, we started in 2022. Now tell me who started a romance with a man and they don't know, or a woman, whoever you have your romances with. I prefer men, but whatever floats your boat. The thing of it is, how many among us would be in a relationship with our beloved and don't remember the date that we went from this stage to this? You remember the date you first see them. And suddenly every day up to the time y'all stop seeing each other, and you still remember. 20, 30, 40 years later, this is 2 years ago, and they don't remember anything. Both of them around about kind of sort of in at the beginning of the year. I don't know what month, but Robin knows, and so let's hear from Robin. All of this is relative, and I know we've heard this over and over again, but again, I tell you, when I come, I'm like the scripture. If you look at the Gospels, the first 4, everything is over and over again so that you get it. Repetition strengthens and confirms. Faith comes naturally.
Ma'am, let me be very specific. Did you talk with Miss Willis about her romantic relationship with Mr. Wade?
Yes.
Did Miss Willis tell you on more than one occasion that she was engaged in a romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to you leaving the district attorney's office?
Did she tell me or did I observe?
I'm saying right now with the tell me.
Yes.
Did she tell you that in the year of 2020?
Yes.
In the year of 2021?
Yes.
Are you certain that Ms. Willis told you about the romantic relationship with Mr. Wade prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
Now, did you also have observations of Mr. Wade and Ms. Willis together prior to November 1st of 2021?
Yes.
And are those observations, were those in a social setting?
Yes.
And did you observe them do things that are common among people having a romantic relationship?
Yes.
Such as, can you give us an example?
Hugging, kissing, just affection.
All before November 1st of 2021, correct?
Yes.
That's all I have.
Oh, what tangle web we weave when at first we try to deceive. Hush, hush, sweet Charlotte. I don't know if y'all know anything about Betty Davis and Joan Crawford, but those were some movies that will make you cringe. So we've heard from Robin Yearty. We've heard from Fani herself. And I only did little snippets. I didn't do big videos tonight on these individuals because I have some reading I'm going to do, and I want to make these points so we can just be reminded of the women that have been affected by this woman. And on this one, with Representative Maynard, I'm showing the first one where she decided to switch parties. She used to be a Democrat, and she decided to switch to a Republican, and she's going to tell us why. Some of her constituents didn't like it. I don't know, it seems like I'm messing up words today. But I think I was trying to say constituents.
New fallout and backlash for many of you as a Democratic state representative from one of Georgia's bluest districts announces she is defecting to the Republican Party. Thanks for staying with us at 5:30.
Yeah, and so Misha Maynor said she is tired of attacks from her fellow Democrats. Atlanta News First political reporter Doug Reardon is live in Midtown, part of Maynor's District 56. So, Doug, what does this mean for the people that she represents?
That is a good question, and it's still really to be determined for a lot of them. We met Representative Maynor here at the campus of Georgia Tech, which is in her district in the Midtown area of Atlanta. She won this district with 65% of the vote, so people really liked her, but keep in mind they were voting for a Democrat. When we asked her about it today, she said constituents who cast their vote for her shouldn't feel betrayed. They should feel encouraged by her switch.
Nothing changes. The only thing that changes is I have support, and I'm not being harassed and intimidated.
State Representative Misha Maynor said she was tired of attacks from Democratic colleagues after breaking with the party on several key votes this year. But the last straw, she says, was a vote on a school voucher bill that would have given parents stipends for private educations and homeschooling.
They put checks up on social media for $1,000 to run against me. Nobody wants to talk about that.
Maynor said she'd been contemplating a defection for a while, but only announced her switch to the Republican Party on Tuesday. She faced immediate backlash on social media from Democratic lawmakers and many of her own constituents who didn't vote for a Republican. Do you think that it was fair to constituents who had voted you in as a Democrat to switch parties without an election?
I do. They elected me to serve them. I'm serving them. So I haven't changed anything. I'm the same person, same values, voting for the same things. Just because I switch parties doesn't mean now I'm going to switch my values and my ideals.
Elected officials have the right to represent their constituents in any way they see fit.
Georgia State political science professor Jeff Lazarus says there's nothing unlawful about what Maynard did. In fact, others have done it in the past, but he said it permanently alters the relationship between her and her constituents.
They voted for a Democratic candidate expecting to get Democratic style representation, and from here on out, it doesn't look like they're going to get it.
And there is some history being made here in this switch. Maynard will now become the first black female representative in the General Assembly's history here in Georgia. She says it's a good chance to provide some perspective, some diversity, and some change in that party. We're in Midtown Atlanta tonight. Doug Reardon, Atlanta News First.
All right, Doug.
We want to thank the news channels, Atlanta News First and 11 Alive, for providing us with the information that their investigative reporters go out and do every day to make it easier for us YouTube reporters to report to the public. A lot of this news doesn't always come to us.
Facing a new legal challenge, State Representative Misha Maynor is now suing Willis, the Fulton County Ethics Board, and Commissioner Marvin Arrington. Now, Representative Maynor says that she's a victim of a years-long criminal stalking case. In the lawsuit, Maynor says that DA Willis failed in her duties to protect her from her alleged stalker. And she also claims the DA did not fight for her as a resident of Fulton County. Commissioner Marvin Arrington is also named for allegedly mishandling the case as the attorney for her alleged stalker. So within the last 90 minutes, we heard from a spokesperson from the DA's office in response to this. The statement says, quote, Representative Maynard's allegations are baseless. We have not been served with a lawsuit. If we are confident it will be dismissed.
And that's one of her favorite lines. Everything is baseless and will be dismissed. So now we're going to come to Miss Amanda. Now, she has a GoFundMe, and I have it in my chat, and I will share it as many times as I can. As I ask anybody, if you have it to give, give. If you don't, do what you can. If it's nothing but to lift her up, I'm sure she appreciates it all. Unfortunately, bill collectors and people like that, they really don't care much for our prayers. They need fiat currency. That's what they live for. And that's where the world is in the way that it is today, because the love of money. Everybody. And when I say everybody, y'all know I'm not talking about every single one of us. I'm talking a collective and a majority in number have this love of money. So I'm going to share with you her statement that she wrote on her GoFundMe. And then I'm going to let you all hear from her. And then I'm going to read the articles that has been written. My name is Amanda Tipson, formerly the Director of Juvenile Diversion and a member of Fani Willis's executive leadership team. January 14th, 2022. The same day I met with the director of the Fulton County DCRD, Office of Diversity and Civil Rights Compliance, to discuss my allegations against Fani Willis. District Attorney Fani Willis terminated me. Weaponizing 7 armed police officers walked me out the building. Within just 20 minutes of a meeting, where I made my third and final formal complaint against her and her administration. My termination also occurred within 45 days of a recorded conversation in which I blew the whistle for the umpteenth time in a meeting with District Attorney Fani Willis. I blew the whistle on this suspected misuse of federal grant fund allocated for children 12 through 17 on numerous occasions to no avail. April 4th, 2022, my attorney sent each Fulton County Commissioner my draft complaint with 18 exhibits totaling in over 200 pages. Attached was Exhibit 12, the audio recording that has now been heard by so many. The Fulton County Commission has done nothing to date. Prior to my termination, took the following steps. Early March 2021, I raised concerns to my immediate supervisor, Michael Coopey, about the misuse of federal grant funds, OJJDP, Fulton County Gang Prevention Grant. This took place in his office on the second floor of 141 Prior District Attorney Office Suites. I believe it was March 9th, 2021. This was prompted by a meeting between my colleague, myself, and Mr. Coopey regarding the scope of this grant. This colleague and myself co-wrote the grant. Almost immediately, Mr. Coopey began making plans to implement the grant in ways that were simply not allowed by the grant. Please, not the grant. And I guess there was note, the grant was to divert youth 12 to 17 who were involved in or at risk of becoming involved in criminal street gang activity, using both prevention and intervention strategies. Twice in April 2021, I expressed those same concerns within my department and continued to in weekly meetings heard by my entire department. Coopey continued to say he wanted to use the grant in ways that would be tantamount to misuse. When pushed, he said, these were a part of Madam's, and they call her Madam's vision. May 3rd of 2021, I reached out to Ms. Willis via email in hopes of alerting her of the planned misuse of funds, but was ignored. At the time, I believed she could not be aware of such egregious actions by one of the top aides in the office and wanted to warn her. May 4th, 2021, I approached Michael Coopey in person and via email regarding the planned misuse and his professional decorum or lack thereof, which caused additional retaliation. June 7th/8th, 2021, I was invited to a SB 440 meeting by the Chief Deputy District Attorney, Jawara Mars, due to my depth of knowledge in diversion, youth intervention strategies, and community relationships specific to juvenile resources, where I was praised by Ms. Willis in front of Jawara Mars, Kelly Greenberg, Daisha Young, Jonna Griffin, and 2 other individuals. In this meeting, Ms. Willis asked to expand my role to include assisting in the SB 440 unit and gave me correlating directives. This caused additional retaliation within my department with Mr. Coopy. On July 8, 2021, I raised concerns about the Junior DA program and the misuse of those funds as well, as there were youth participants from outside the jurisdictional confines of the program, including youth who were residents outside the state of Georgia, including a little girl who was paraded around as Fani's niece, who was a resident of Florida. The Junior DA program is a crime prevention program for at-risk youth in Fulton County. Instead, the 2021 program was filled with elected officials' children and grandchildren, as well as kin to attorneys and personnel from the DA's office. It had essentially been turned into a summer program for some of the most privileged youth from around the country, while youth in desperate need of resources within the county were forced to go without. July 8, 2021. I reached out to District Attorney's Director of Personnel, Kyra Banks, Human Resources, to schedule a meeting. I was very concerned and did not know where to turn. Now, Kyra Banks is the wife of the gentleman that Fani Willis brought on, who's a frat brother to Terrence. If you remember him from the Trump trial, they are frat brothers, and her husband, Mr. Banks, is the one who called him and told him to remember that everything he says is attorney-client privilege. Well, her husband is one of the men she used to bring in the gang charges against all of the young Asiatic men. If they don't understand that this RICO is just about rounding them up and locking them up, then one day, hopefully it won't be their child, but they'll see that this is helping no one, because every day, especially for the last week, they've had a couple of large shootings and a lot of people being unalived. Nothing has changed, and they say crime is down. July 20th, 2021, I met with DA HR Director Kyra Banks to express my grievances regarding the bullying and retaliation I was experiencing for holding my supervisor accountable for the suspected misuse of funds, as well as his deplorable treatment of me. July 26, 2021, I escalated my grievances to DA Chief of Staff Dexter Bond with an impromptu 20-minute meeting and a follow-up text message advising him of the legal implications their top aide had put the office in through his unlawful actions. Dexter replied via text saying, "Wow, this is a problem." Almost instantly, Dexter scheduled a meeting between me and Miss Willis, a meeting where I was almost immediately cut off in the middle of expressing my concerns of federal misuse of funds and told I was being demoted, effective immediately, stripping my title, removing me from the website, taking my office, changing my schedule, my work location, and the entire function of my job, and putting a scarlet letter on my chest. I was now a foul clerk, quote unquote. Now, this is during the same time that Robin Yurdy was going through what she was going through, because Robin was one of the people that was involved with taking her off the website and everything, which we'll find that out in one of the articles that I'm going to read. July 27, 2021, I attempted to seek refuge with Fulton County HR and made a report of bullying and misuse of funds to Ms. Justina Gordon, and LaWanda Neely. July 27, 2021, around 6:20 p.m., according to gym log records, my fiance and I ran into Chief of Staff Dexter Bonds in the local gym. We all shared. It was at that time that the three of us engaged in a 45-minute conversation regarding the events of the day prior. Dexter conveyed that he did not agree. I don't know what that is supposed to be. Stand by Miss Willis' action and did not trust what was going on. Hesitated that he believed I was being used as a fall guy of some sorts and warned me to be very careful. He assured me that he would be conducting his own investigation into my allegations and said, off the record, you won't get any help in the DA's office. You need to go across the street if you have any hope for a solution. By across the street, quote unquote, Dexter was referring to exactly what I had done early that day. Reached out to the Fulton County Government Human Resources Office for help. July 30th, 2021, I reached out to the Technical Training and Assistance Liaison, a subcontractor with the DOJ, who was the grantor, to alert them to what I then believed was the planned misuse of funds. August 2nd, 2021, my computer was confiscated as an act of retaliation after making a request to keep my current hybrid schedule working primarily from home due to my health and the rampant spread of C-19. From August 2nd until November 19th, when the audio was made, and thereafter I experienced daily acts of retaliation in that office. Daily. August 19th, 2021, I met with LaWanda Neely of the Fulton County Human Resources and referred to the EAP. As a consequence of the malicious retaliation, I began experiencing anxiety coming to work. During this time, I was made aware that DA Willis had advised members of her investigation team to keep an eye on me in an attempt to find a reason to retaliate against me for reporting the misuse. Now, this is the woman who they say, this woman take care of the black woman, they love to say. Well, what about all of these women who are Asiatic? What about them? Who's taking care of them? It seems like nobody. Let me go on. September 7, 2021, LaWanda Neely escalated my matter to a senior level human resources representative, Michelle Braxton. September 20th, 2021, I met with Ms. Braxton for 2 hours. She found my grievances serious enough to escalate my matter to the Fulton County Attorney's Office and the DCRC. A referral I believed would be done, so I waited to be contacted by the appropriate personnel. I continued to experience acts of retaliation in the FCDAO. November 19, 2021, due to the fallout of an additional retaliatory situation, I met with Miss Willis and made the recording after disclosing to her yet again my concern about the misuse of funds and my treatment in the office. December 2nd, 2021, I went to the Fulton County Attorney's Office to get an update on my grievances and seek support, and was told to go to DCRC, the Office of Diversity and Civil Rights Compliance. December 2nd, 2021, I made my first formal DCRC complaint, as they had never reached out to me as I was told they would. December 7th, 2021, I sent an email to Ms. Willis regarding the retaliation and misuse of funds and CC'd County Attorney Dominique Martinez. That email was ignored after my first attorney, was stalled and stonewalled by Ms. Willis and her administration while attempting to seek a fair and appropriate resolution to this situation. Now remember, this is during the time that she and homeboy Wade was jet-setting to Aruba and to the Bahamas. December 18th, 2021, I made my second DCRC complaint. December 28th, 2021, while extremely sick with bronchitis, a severe respiratory infection, and suspected C-19, I made a second formal request about my health and was blatantly ignored by Dexter Bond, Kyra Banks, and Fani Willis. January 12, 2022, I made my third and final request regarding my severe health issues with 5 doctor letters attached. January 14th, I spoke with my supervisor, Miss Ramona Toole, and confided in her regarding my treatment in the office and the misuse of funds, and naively thought she was a safe place, as I was being treated unfairly due to my health. January 13, 2022, in a 1 p.m. meeting with the Director of the Office of Diversity and Civil Rights Compliance, Niger Thomas, I made my third formal DCRC complaint against DA Willis and her administration. My complaints were specifically in regards to the misuse of funds, the retaliation I experienced, and health issues the DA's office refused to accommodate as a form of retaliation. I was fired 20 minutes after leaving the DCRC and walked out by 7 armed officers. As a final act of retaliation, the FCDA office fraudulently took over 80 hours of PTO under leave without pay, despite me having signed leave slips and physician's letters. Additionally, I was kept on an active status without pay for nearly 2 months following my dismissal to ensure I was unable to obtain unemployment to keep myself and my family afloat financially during my unemployment. August 2nd, 2022, Ms. Willis made libelous, defamatory statements regarding my employment and my ability to meet expectations, making it nearly impossible to secure a comparable position in my field of expertise. Anytime one Googled my name in regards to a job, these slanderous statements would come up, said by a person in a position of national importance. Just recently, the DOJ has acknowledged that the grant I blew the whistle on 3 years ago was in fact found to have inconsistencies related to the implementation and reporting of this federal grant. I did everything Fulton County government prescribed a whistleblower do to be protected. Yet Ms. Willis and her administrations were allowed to retaliate against me with absolute and complete impunity for months on end. Ms. Willis continues to try to intimidate me regularly, lurking on my online profiles. As recently as February 2024, when she embroiled in scandal and corruption, had time to stalk my LinkedIn page 4 separate times in 24 hours. It wasn't until I spoke out at the March 6, 2024 Fulton County Board of Commissioners meeting, making her online stalking public, that she stopped. If you are kind enough, fortunate enough, and are compelled to support myself and my legal defense in this tangible way, it would be greatly appreciated. Ms. Willis and her legal counsel are purposefully stonewalling and dragging this case along with hopes of bleeding my resources, forcing me to give up. Their attorneys are paid through county funds, affording them unlimited resources to prolong my case indefinitely. With your help, we will be able to continue our quest for truth and accountability in the face of corruption. And these links I have here in my description. And she's telling the funds will be used for continuing legal expenses and reimbursements, lawyer fees, expert witness study and testimony, video court reporters for depositions, subpoena legal service fees, filing fees, and independent mediation. So that is what this lady has gone through just because she was integral and wanted to do her job. And Regina, you're so right about it. This lady really believes that she's above the law. And perhaps she's living in somebody's condo on the second or third floor. And maybe that's as high as she's going to get above the law. But like she said, if she brings an indictment, her office is going to pursue it. Well, one of the things that we're having problems with is her office is not bringing indictments against people who've been locked up for the last 2 to 5 years. And then you have other individuals who's never been appointed a court-appointed attorney. So she can tell this story and parade around America and get money from all over the United States in small increments from senior citizens who does not know her. She can do that, but we see her, and we need to let her, the world, and her constituents know that we see her. This is the letter that she gave this young lady upon termination. And it's amazing how she's supposed to be so afraid of how she's being treated by the public and so afraid for her life and her children's life that we never hear anything about. And they're not in her care because she never mentions them, and they were not at the safe house with her. But she has time, through all of her fear, to bully someone else. I'm not going to even say our favorite line on YouTube. Make it make sense. Oops, I said it anyway. This is the letter from the district attorney's office. And this is dated January 14th. Hand delivered. Dear Amanda Tipson, as you know, you serve as an at-will employee with the office of the Fulton County District Attorney. As an at-will employee, your services may be terminated with or without cause. Please accept this correspondence as notice that your service to this office are no longer needed. As of today, January 14th, 2022, you are hereby terminated as an employee of the office of the Fulton County District Attorney. This letter of termination will be submitted to the county's Human Resource Department. Upon receipt, the county's Human Resource Department will contact you to provide information on unemployment benefits, your last paycheck, and to arrange the return of all office-issued property. Yours in service, Fani Willis. Fani T. Willis, District Attorney. So this is how she treated this young lady. So what people don't realize, it's her that day. It could be you today or tomorrow. Regina said, Willis thinks she is above the law. The hypocrisy of it all. Willis is up for a rude awakening. Yes, she is. Margaret said, Fani Willis is putting the state of Georgia at risk for a big lawsuit for the way Amanda T. was unfairly treated. Fani does believe she is above the law. Fani will pay her dues in damages at the end. I'm sure that's what that is because we didn't finish the sentence. Okay, So now that we have that, let's go. I put most of these on this document, so let me see which one this is. Atlanta Journal-Constitution whistleblower. That's that one. State GOP probe. Let's go to the state GOP probe, Trump prosecutor. Let's go to that one. Yeah, she's under more investigations now than she can ever imagine. And you know, she might win at the polls on Tuesday. I wish she wouldn't, but she might. Excuse me if y'all could hear me drinking my drink. My son said I gulp. Okay. This is from Fox News. Brianna Herlihy. I don't know how she pronounced her name. I hope I didn't butcher it too bad. Senate GOP probes Trump prosecutor Fani Willis' office for alleged misuse of funds. Senators Grassley and Johnson allege Willis' office used federal funds to buy swag instead of helping at-risk children. That's it, youth. Now, you know, I was always wondering what swag was. Did anybody know what swag was? I was wondering, were they talking about the swag like people talk about as they walk around and, you know, doing, and swag was pretty much not exactly what I thought, but in the area, and I thought, and it was, she was trying to rechange the image and come up with this new contemporary furniture and ideas. She wanted to have mugs and hats and ink pens and everything with her likeness on it. Kind of like the Tiffany Henyard woman in Dalton, Illinois. These women get these positions and they really go to their head. I don't know where they get this from. She could have done that on her own as a side job or something. Maybe not been the DA in her pictures or whatever, but she could have done that on her own as an individual with a side business. This was published May 16, 2024 at 3:53 p.m. Two Republican lawmakers are opening a second congressional investigation into embattled Georgia prosecutor Fani Willis for alleged misuse of federal grant funding. And what amazes me is she thinks that she's above the law for real, Regina, and she thinks that she can't be called upon because she's a constitutional officer. I guess she hasn't heard of impeachment, and she does not know that there is no one that's above the law. Although they may live life like it, and they may even have the privilege of it, but at one point or another, it all comes crumbling down. Senators Chuck Grassley, Republican from Iowa, and Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin, in a letter to Willis Wednesday, alleged funds granted to the Fulton County District Attorney's Office by the Justice Department Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, OJJDP, meant to help at-risk youth and gang prevention, went to purchase computers and swag. The letter also alleges that in 2020, OJJDP awarded Fulton County nearly $500,000 to establish the Fulton County Center of Youth Empowerment and Gang Prevention. The stated purpose of the center was to provide professional development, academic mentorship, and a community network for young people at risk of being involved or continuing in gang activity. But the letter alleges that according to reports, the center has yet to open and the building meant to house it is closed to the public, its gates padlocked. Willis is leading the prosecution of the sweeping 2020 election interference case against former President Trump and has faced mounting scrutiny for allegedly having an improper affair with subordinate counsel. The senators note that Amanda Tipton, the former director of gang prevention and intervention for the Fulton County DA office, reportedly notified Willis that an official in her office planned to use the OJJDP gang prevention funding on computers and other ineligible expenses, such as MacBooks, swag, quote unquote, and travel instead of helping at-risk youth in the community. Timpson brought these concerns to Willis' attention November 19, 2021, and 2 months later, Timpson's employment was terminated, the letter says. The letter also highlights that in 2020, the Fulton County DA's office received $2 million in federal funding through the Office of Justice Programs of SA KIT initiative. It's called SAKI. According to OJP's Bureau of Justice Assistance, the office that administers SAKI, these funds were authorized to address the issues that underline the problem of unsubmitted SA kits and help law enforcement and prosecutors solve more of these heinous crimes. However, data published by Fulton County from 2020 to 2023 show the Fulton County DA's office spent approximately 49% of the SAKI funding expenditures on travel and conference expenses, such as hotel, airfare, and rental cars, and approximately 28% was actually spent on professional services, such as forensic and DNA testing, the senators wrote. Moreover, in 2023, the Fulton County DA's office spent approximately 98% of its SAKI funding on travel and conference expenditures. The apparent and significant discrepancy between the purpose of the federal award of taxpayer money and the actual use of that money raises alarms that it hasn't been used as Congress intended. The waste or misuse of taxpayer funds is unacceptable. That was quote unquote. The duo asked for a list of federal grants received by the Fulton County DA since fiscal year 2019 and a complete accounting of all expenditures for each federal grant. The requests include, but is not limited to, individualized receipts and invoices for expenditures, summaries of conference and travel expenses, conflicts of interest screenings, performance measures and outcomes, and all records related to the expenditure of these taxpayer funds and compliance with all applicable statutory and regulatory requirements. They also asked for all records referring to or relating to the Fulton County DA's planned expenditures for each federal grant it received, including but not limited to any complaints or communications referring to or relating to concerns that an expenditure may not be permitted or was inconsistent with the purpose of the federal grant associated with those funds. This is the second probe the U.S. Congress has launched into Willis' office. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan, Republican Ohio, subpoenaed Willis in February over the accusation of misusing federal funds. She is also under investigation by committees in the Georgia legislature. The Fulton County DA's office did not immediately respond to Fox News' digital request for comment. And this came from Fox News off of X. And this is Fani Willis suggests she won't testify in unlawful Georgia Senate investigation. I have not broken the law in any way, says Willis, by Julia Johnson, Fox News. Published May 8, 2024, 9:21 a.m. Eastern. I forgot what they say time, but it's something with the daylight time because, daylight savings time changed. Fulton County, Georgia District Attorney Fani Willis suggested the state Senate's investigation into her was unlawful and indicated she would not cooperate with the subpoena from them. Well, first of all, I don't even think they have the authority to subpoena me, but they need to learn the law. Willis said after being asked if she would appear in front of Georgia Senate committee without being required by a subpoena. When a reporter pressed her on it, asking yes or no if she would appear, Willis said, "I will not appear to anything that is unlawful." The district attorney's responses were prompted by the committee chairman, Republican Bill Calsort, and his reported claim that he would be subpoenaing her if she did not appear on her own. And that is, he would subpoena her. That's what that is, y'all. A Republican-led Georgia Senate investigative committee was established in January to investigate whether Willis misused taxpayer funds in her indictment of former President Trump and others on racketeering charges. After a recent committee hearing, Calsort told WSB-TV Channel 2 Atlanta's Richard Elliott, "If she's not willing to come and explain her conduct, then we will subpoena her and ask her to come, require her to come. I have not broken the law in any way," quote unquote, Willis told reporters at a press conference this week. Quote, "I'm sorry folks get peed off that everyone gets treated equally," unquote. Fox News Digital's inquiries to the DA's office and the Georgia Senate press office for Calsort did not immediately receive a response. Quote, "If subpoenaed by the committee, she will be required to appear or she will be in violation of Georgia law," unquote, Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones wrote on X. Quote, "This is what treating everybody evenly looks like, even if DA Willis doesn't like being held accountable," unquote. Trump was initially indicted in the Fulton County case in August 2023 alongside 18 others under Georgia's Racketeer Influence and Corrupt Organizations Act for their alleged actions in a scheme to overturn the results of the 2020 election. Earlier this year, it was discovered that Willis had a romantic relationship with Nathan Wade, the special prosecutor she hired to take on the case. Ultimately, Wade resigned from the case after the judge determined there were no grounds to disqualify Willis, but that she could only remain on the case without Wade. The Georgia Court of Appeals on Wednesday agreed to review Trump's application to appeal Judge Scott McAbee's ruling to keep Willis on the case. Julia Johnson is a politics writer for Fox News Digital and Fox Business, leading coverage of the U.S. Senate. She was previously a politics reporter at the Washington Examiner, and you can see her at Julia Johnson on X, or you can send her an email at juliajohnson@fox.com. So that is the story that I have, that I put together. And now let's meet Miss Amanda. One moment here. And like I said, this is Attorney Phil Holloway. And he does very good coverage. He comes from a legal perspective. But basically, he's just asking questions, interviewing her and her attorney. Let me see, Margaret has been writing, and Regina. This is the second probe the U.S. Congress has launched in Willis' office. Yes, it is. Willis, I don't think they have the authority to subpoena me. That's what she said. Yeah, she thinks she is a constitutional officer. I think she thinks she is the Constitution. And you're right, Margaret. Margaret said when you're using taxpayer money inappropriately, it will come down on her when the people find out. Wait until the federal government comes down on Fani Willis. It's in the works, as is misuse of taxpayers' money. The grant money received must be used the way it was spent. Fani is in serious trouble. Yeah, I think she knows that, and she's trying to just, save face and play like she's the boogeyman or somebody. I don't understand it, but what can I say? We're going to go with, yeah, here it is. This is going to be a very interesting interview. So let me cut this off.
Hearing case that involves claims of post-election malfeasance. A co-defendant in that case named Michael Roman, through his attorney, has filed a bombshell motion which seeks to dismiss the entire indictment. As a basis for that motion, Mr. Roman alleges that the district attorney, Fani Willis, had an affair, a romantic relationship with her special prosecutor, which is a private lawyer that's paid under contract. His name is Nathan Wade. So Roman's motion says that Willis gave Wade this very lucrative no-bid contract, paying him with taxpayer dollars. And as of the date of the filing of the motion, it was in excess of $600,000 to be more precise. And Roman goes on to say that Willis has personally benefited from the tax money paid to Wade by her having converted it to her own personal benefit by having her lover pay for expensive travel vacation, among other things. In the wake of this explosive allegation, the Fulton DA has come under intense scrutiny on how she spends tax money, not only state tax money, but how she spends federal tax money that she gets in the form of federal grants. As of right now, she's being looked at and investigated by the Board of Commissioners in Fulton County, the Georgia Senate. The defendants, of course, in the criminal case are looking very closely at Ms. Willis in terms of how she spent tax money, with an eye towards exposing any personal or political bias that she may have in bringing these charges. But most recently, Ms. Willis was served with a congressional subpoena to produce documents to the House Judiciary Committee related to claims made by my guest, Amanda Timpson. For now, the House Judiciary Committee is seeking documents related to and I quote, a $488,000 federal grant earmarked for the creation of a Center of Youth Empowerment and Gang Prevention. The subpoena goes on to say that they are looking into whether the money was actually spent on frivolous, unrelated type expenditures, which is what my guest is here to talk about. So, Amanda, thanks to both of you guys, by the way, for being with me today. Before we get into the information that you may have related to the federal grants, tell us how you came to work for the Fulton DA's office.
I was hired by Paul Howard in 2018 as the Director of Gang Prevention and Intervention. And so in that role, I was tasked with with hopefully preventing and interventing criminal street gang activities as it related to youth within Fulton counties, creating prevention and intervention and diversion programs for the office.
And of course, Paul Howard is the former DA who the current DA, Miss Willis, she defeated him in the last election. Is that right?
That is correct.
The things that you worked on in the Howard administration, how were those things funded?
A lot of them were funded by within the general fund, but under the Howard administration is when myself and two of my colleagues co-wrote this OJJDP grant that we're speaking about today. So it was actually written while Mr. Howard, or while Paul Howard was still the district attorney.
Correct me if I'm wrong. When you apply for a federal grant, and you're talking, when you say you wrote that, you're talking about you wrote the application, is that right?
Correct.
And you have to put in there specifically how you're going to spend the money. Is that fair?
And this grant, this was my first grant co-writing, but I've overseen and been a part of several grant applications and reporting. And this was probably the most specific grant that I've ever been a part of. It was for youth 12 to 17 specifically. The programming was supposed to be housed out of a center that was donated to the DA's office located in Southwest Atlanta. And not only was it for youth 12 to 17 who were gang involved, but it was very specific, correlating the known active gangs to the zip codes and the youth in those specific zip codes. So it was very specific.
All right. So it was for Fulton County, and it was to be located in Fulton County. And here we are in February of 2024. Does that center even exist physically?
Physically, the center does not exist. It's still
so the money that was supposed to be going to build the center hasn't been used to build the center. Is that fair?
Well, let me be clear. The money was not to build the center. It was to operate programming out of the center. And so obviously as a part of it, the center would have to be erected, obviously. But the center was not only to do gang prevention, it was also for trades, for therapeutic support and other supportive services for our youth that may also be in gangs.
All right. And so it wasn't, according to what I hear you telling me, it wasn't used for that. The center is non-existent. The money was provided to the DA's office, but as of yet, there's been nothing created in terms of that center.
Yes, that's correct.
All right. Now you've, and of course your attorney, Mr. Williams, either one of you feel free to chime in on this, because I want to understand, you have filed whistleblower litigation. You filed a lawsuit against Miss Willis for blowing the whistle. I guess you were blowing the whistle on this specific issue, the non-use of the taxpayer money as it was designed. Is that right?
Well, I'll chime in on this. So what happened here was it's not just the OJJDP grant. So with the lawsuit is kind of expansive, and it has, like, I would say, two significant principal temporal timing periods. One issue is when Amanda was in this position as a director, she's reporting to a guy named Cuffey with the last name Cuffey. And she's saying, hey, look, he's trying to spend money on computers and things that Amanda, having been a part and a co-author of the grant, says, hey, look, you can't do this. So she's trying to steadily get a sit down with Miss Willis, District Attorney Willis, about this person's behavior. So at that time, when she persists on trying to get a sit down because she's saying, hey, look, this guy's trying to use money for what it's not intended for, the grant prohibits it on top of that. She writes some text messages to, I guess, one of a high-ranking official in Fani's staff. And the text message is real clear. Like, that's what's so disconcerting about accusations that everything's frivolous, she's a disgruntled employee, because there's so much documentation. So the text messages are very clear. Hey, look, at this point, based on this guy's conduct, there are multiple lawsuits that I personally can file. She gets called into the office and she gets her whole position and rank, title, everything taken away. So that's one thing about the OJJDP grant. The other issue is about the junior DA program. Because at the same time that this OJJDP grant is going on and they're trying to float her around to different positions, she's saying, hey, look, the junior DA, and this, like I said, this is very easy to prove that this is not being made up. This is not her word against her word. This is just, we have corroborating independent evidence.
Right, let me pause you for a second. So if you move, what is the junior DA program? Because that sounds like something that's different from the gang center. Okay, what is the junior DA program? Is that something that's also federally grant funded?
You can explain it, Amanda, what it is.
Yes, it's funded by a JAG grant that's given to the state, and then given to the counties, and then the county commissioners give it to different pots of need. And for the DA's office, it funds the junior DA program, and the junior DA program is a prevention program for youth in high school and middle school that bridges the gap between community and law enforcement, essentially. And it's a crime prevention program.
And everything this lady said that she was running on had to do with gang prevention, getting the gangs off the street, bringing down crime, helping our senior citizens. This is everything that she swore she was going to do for her constituents. And the first opportunity they had to get the money to make anything happen, and this is for, she said for youth 12 to 17, and they were trying to bridge that gap. So just imagine, you finally get the money to be able to do what you swore you were created to do, and you decide, because it's your money now and nobody can tell you what to do with it, then you decide to spend it the way you choose. Now, isn't it strange that ethics, good faith, integrity goes out the window just because she's saying that she's done nothing wrong and broke no laws? Well, it's just like the commissioner said, there was a time when discrimination and things of that nature was legal. Always. There was a time when you couldn't live next door to your European neighbor because you were redlined. There was a time all of that was legal. Was it lawful? No, but it was certainly legal. But you're supposed to be the determiner by your integrity to say, I'm going to choose to do what this is purpose for because that's the same purpose in my heart. But instead, listen to what happened to this young lady.
Who gets to participate in this program?
Middle and lower high school students in Fulton County. So that would be Atlanta Public Schools and Fulton County Schools.
Okay. So only Fulton County.
That's right. And here's that. This is the sticking point. And I feel this is the problem for the administration. You just go to the website. We have the documents, Fulton County only. So this is not meant, the Fulton County commissioners and the Fulton County government did not give this money given to.
I'm sorry for the frying. It's not me. It's the system. So I don't know what that is. So I apologize for that if it's bothering y'all ears.
Fulton County to go fund people even from other counties, DeKalb County, for instance. It says Fulton County residents, students only. So, and I had a deposition about this, and if it comes down to it, I'll turn these depositions over because the manner in which a particular witness tried to interpret Fulton County only as a joke. But it says Fulton County only, and the issue is Amanda was saying, hey, look, well, we got people from different states, Florida, Michigan, and they all seem connected to Miss Willis, DA Willis.
All right, so let me pause. I don't mean to keep cutting you off, but I want to make sure we put a fine point on this. So we have, according to what you guys are saying, we've got people that aren't supposed to be participating because they're not from Fulton County. This is federal money that's funding this, and it's supposed to be Fulton County kids, but we have out-of-staters that have some personal connection to Fani Willis that are coming down and making use of these federal funds by participating. Is that right?
That's right. We have out-of-staters, some with a personal connection to Fani, some with personal connections to other people. But the point is that they're not Fulton County children.
So now we've talked about at least 2 federal grants that you're blowing the whistle about. By the way, I want to back up. Amanda, so you stayed on for Fulton County at the DA's office when the administration changed over from Paul Howard to Fani Willis. How was it that you kept your job? I think you might be muted. Can you unmute?
Yep. Sorry about
Try
that.
that again. Go ahead. Yep.
All right. In early November of 2020, Miss Willis sent out a mass email to all current employees of the DA's office under Paul Howard saying, it's a new year, a new administration, and each of you will be given a guaranteed interview if you wish to apply for the new administration. She attached her organizational chart to that email, and we were able to reapply, and we were all given a interview. Not all of us were given a job. I interviewed on November 20th of 2020 in front of a 9-person panel of Miss Willis's most highest ranking trusted friends, I guess. And on December 9th, I was given my invitation to be a part of her administration. So,
and was it in the same job? The same job?
No, because when she came into the office, she actually abolished the gang prevention unit. So the unit in which I led previously no longer existed. So I applied for the director of juvenile diversion.
There she has Young Thug and them in the courtroom talking about gangs, but she abolished the whole gang program. Now, what kind of sense does that make? Other than the fact that she's playing her hand. This was all political. None of this is based in fact and reality. Although these guys have committed crimes, those that committed crimes, they've also served the time for their crimes. Lil Rod is in prison now, but his decision was overturned. So, I mean, this is just amazing to hear things from the inside. This is not hearsay and somebody just reporting. This is somebody that this is their livelihood and this actually happened to them. So let's go back and hear her tell the story.
And that's the role that I interviewed for and ultimately got. There were several other individuals that I know personally that applied for the same position. And ultimately, those 9 people felt that I was the right person for that job. So the idea that I was a holdover is absolutely disingenuous. Okay, so let's fast forward to the whistleblowing when you brought this to the attention of the district attorney, Fani Willis. Approximately when was that and how did that come up? And this is to either one of you, however you want to answer it.
Well, I'll answer it. So, and this is where interviews get a little tricky because they're memory based. And so I just really want to rely on the complaint. The OJJDP issue was constantly from, I would say, May through the time that she had her job taken away, was constantly brought to the attention of staff members, high-ranking staff members, Chief of Staff for Fani Willis, and I believe Amanda did try to reach directly out to Fani Willis through an email. Now, the issue with the junior DA program is the same, but then it was directly stated, and it is either November, December, I can't remember the exact date, but it was directly stated in a meeting that was recorded with Fani Willis. And, you know, it's interesting. Employers sometimes don't like it when employees record them. The problem is when you're dealing with government, especially government officials, this is sad to say, I was an elected official too. If you don't have a recording, especially if you're dealing with law enforcement also, then you're going to be the one stuck out because people are going to make it a he say, she say thing, but we don't have that here. Ms. Timpson has a recording where she absolutely expresses her concerns once again about the inappropriate misappropriation use of funds. I mean, it's just really a straightforward situation, and that's what makes it so uncomfortable and also untrue to say she's just a disgruntled employee.
All right, well, what happened then? I guess this is what your lawsuit's about. What happened after you brought this to the attention of Fani Willis?
Well, the first time and I'll let her speak after I say this, the first time she brought it to the attention and she actually put in a text message that there are multiple lawsuits that could be filed, she was given an entirely different, you're talking about somebody that was the director of juvenile diversion, was given a piece of paper that said, you're a part of my executive staff. And then that was just stripped from her. And she was put under the direct report of 3 different people eventually, 1 immediately, and then 3 different people, and not able to use her skill set at all. That happened.
So she got demoted.
Oh, absolutely.
And how soon after raising this with DA Willis did she get demoted?
In the same meeting, in the second, I was cut off in the middle of my sentence. Yes, I was cut off in the middle of my sentence and told effective immediately, you are demoted to the role of file clerk. And so
you went from being on the executive staff, so to speak, to being a file clerk because you said, look, I don't think we're using the federal money right.
Correct.
Well, what I would say to that, I hate to cut it off, is not just because she said we're not using the federal money right, because Amanda was persistent about it. See, that's what gets you in trouble in government situations and even private sector. You might say something one time and somebody might say, hey, check yourself. Amanda kept doing it. And
well, why did she keep, well, let me talk about that. So why would she feel it was so important to be so persistent and to keep raising the issue?
I'm very passionate about the work that I do. I have worked with justice involved youth and for 15 years. And I knew that I wouldn't be the person that I believe that I am if I allowed something like that to happen. I do have a high moral compass, I would say. And these are youth that are 12 to 17 who are vulnerable, who need these resources. And I don't think that it's our right to use them in any other way than they're supposed to be used.
Well, we hadn't really talked about this. How, if they weren't used for the purposes that they were intended, we did talk about this with the junior DAs, but with the gang center, how was the money being used if it wasn't being used right?
Well, I can say how it was said it was going to be used. Ultimately, I was taken off of, obviously I was demoted, so I no longer had access to certain things.
Okay. What did they tell you then? How did they tell you they were going to spend the federal money for the gang center?
Specifically, Michael Cuffey said numerous times that he was going to use a portion of it for a Mac computer lab consisting of 24 Mac computers. He also wanted to use it for travel, and he also
who's
wanted
travel? Wait a minute, who's travel?
He just said travel. He wasn't very specific about that. He was just saying travel within the programs department. Essentially, that's what I received from it. And swag. So there was a lot of rebranding going on in the office, logos and all this. It was very important to them. And so, obviously mugs and all these things, they cost money.
We're talking about Fani Willis DA mugs and Fani Willis DA swag.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
And the computers, the Mac computers, was this for use at the DA's office?
I honestly cannot say. He just kept saying a Mac computer lab. I did see that in his rebuttal in the recent article. He said that he wanted to do it for the center, I guess. That was never conveyed to me. But even if it was for the center, the grant explicitly says 0 on the line where it says equipment. It doesn't allow for any equipment. So even if he says that was the use, it still wouldn't have been.
All right. So even if it was to be used for the center that doesn't actually exist because it was never put together and stood up, it could not have been used for that purpose because it was not specifically allowed for in the grant.
Exactly.
I got you. So let me fast forward to.
Let me say something about that though. The fact that he got up and told a reporter that he was going to try to use the grant money for the actual center itself, he was actually, think about this now, he's running the program. And he has a fundamental misunderstanding because he's not reading anything and he's not listening to Amanda as she's telling him, don't do it as the co-author of the grant. It just goes to show he just has zero understanding and zero care for how the money's supposed to be spent. Go ahead.
Well, Amanda I want to get to this part. She was eventually fired. We talked about the demotion to file clerk, but at some point you were fired. What happened?
Well, there's several, it's such a long, voluminous story, but there are several different things that happened. One of which is upon my demotion, I was placed in an area of the building as a, I guess, part of my demotion, but retribution, I guess. I was put in a place in the building that was being remodeled. And I voiced to them several times, I have a pre-existing disease. I have reactive airways disease and asthma, which causes me to have chronic bronchitis and asthma attacks. So I asked for an accommodation that was not honored. Ultimately, in conjunction with my whistleblowing and the fact that I continued to get sick and was not granted a reasonable accommodation, I ultimately escalated my issues to the county attorney and to the DCRC, which is the Office of Diversity and Civil Rights Compliance. The morning of the 14th, the day that I was fired, I had a meeting with one of my supervisors, stemming from an email that I sent about my health. And in that email, or in that meeting, I ended up vulnerably sharing what was going on with me and the retaliation in the office. And, you know, I asked her, she's an attorney. I asked her both as my supervisor and as a BARD attorney, I need your confidentiality. And she said, absolutely. So I felt comfortable in that moment, speaking with her. And then immediately following, I already had a pre-existing appointment with the director of the DCRC. And so I went to my meeting with the director of the DCRC. I gave her my documents related to my formal complaint against Fani Willis and her administration, both in regards to the whistleblower and in regards to my reasonable accommodation. And upon leaving that meeting, I was fired about 20 minutes later.
But this,
and is it true that they escorted you out of the building with armed police officers or investigators?
Yes. The office investigators. So obviously
these are Fulton County DA investigators who are peace officers, and they're armed. And how many was it that escorted you out of the building? 7 of them. All right. And so that was how many weeks after the demotion, roughly?
Roughly from the demotion. The demotion happened on July 26th, and I was fired January 14th.
Let me say this to you about that. And this is why I said there's 2 time periods. So it's not about how many weeks it is from the demotion. It's how many weeks was it from the time she met with Fani Willis and said, look, I'm trying to tell you that this is a misappropriation of funds.
So how many weeks do you think it was roughly?
That was within 30 to 40 days.
All right. So it was a relatively short period of time. Okay. Well, you understand this lawyer that you say you talked to there in this sort of final process, that wasn't your lawyer, but this was a lawyer that was telling you that you could get confidentiality. I mean, I'm talking to you right now. I'm a lawyer, but this is not confidential because I'm not your lawyer.
Right. And unfortunately, I was ill-advised in that regard. I mean, I just assumed because she was an attorney.
My point is you have somebody who's an attorney telling you that what you're saying to them is confidential, except they work for somebody else who is the boss who's about to fire you.
Yes.
Does that strike you as a conflict of interest there?
It does, but
Yeah.
I have, since found out that, obviously she was brought in by Fani. Her loyalty is to Fani, so I do understand that.
Yeah, but if her loyalty is to Fani, she shouldn't be telling you that you can have a confidential conversation with her, right? That's my point.
Absolutely.
You agree with that?
Absolutely.
Let me get to this real quick. I've got a copy of a statement that was given by Fani Willis to the news media, and I won't read the whole thing, but it says, among other things, these false allegations are included in baseless litigation filed by a holdover employee from the previous administration who was terminated for cause. And it goes on to say, we are proud of our grant programs and our partnership with the Department of Justice that makes Fulton County a safer, more just place. And it also says our federal grant-funded sexual assault kit initiative has been cited by the U.S. Attorney as a model program. I understand you don't know anything personally about the allegations related to the sexual assault kit backlog grant, but how do you respond to? That's another issue, I guess, that came out in the media, and we'll have to wait and see what goes with that. But what is your response to her statement that you are? That this is baseless allegations made by a disgruntled holdover employee. How do you respond to that?
Well, I'm going to let Amanda respond, but I first want to take some exception to this. First of all, the holdover, as you saw with Amanda said recently, she interviewed for the job in front of a whole panel. Fani selected her out of multiple competitors. So it's not a situation where, you're already, and she got rid of the program Paul had and put a new program in place. So this is not a situation where you say, you were with Paul, I don't have any reason to distrust or not believe in your ability, so I'm just going to hold you over and let you stay in that same position. No, she got rid of that situation, created a new position, interviewed for it through an entire panel. So it's not a holdover. She selected Amanda to be a part of her executive staff. Number two, like I said, now that the Congress is involved, the House Judiciary Committee is involved, well, now all that means to me is that we're about to see a bunch of evidence.
Yeah.
So to say that something's baseless, well, that's going to be contradicted by all the letters, evidence, audio recordings. That can only last for so long. And look, Fani, I don't have anything against Fani. But let's think about something. I just want to make this point because that was an insult to Amanda. It was first basically denied by silence that there was no relationship between her and this guy. Now, you know what made that come to light? Because he was in the middle of a divorce proceeding and he was about to be deposed, and suddenly his divorce proceeding settled. So then suddenly I just saw an article where she has to admit that she had a relationship with him. Now we're debating on the timing of it. So a lot of things coming out of this administration just aren't accurate.
Yeah, she said that as far as the timing of that, in the couple of minutes that we have left before we got to go, she says the timing of that was that the personal relationship began only in 2020, but not when she gave him the contract. The attorney for Michael Roman has said, that's not true. We're going to present evidence that the relationship it existed prior to him getting that contract. So we'll have to see where that goes, because I imagine that if people do have information to the contrary, we may hear from them under oath. Amanda, listen, I want to give you the last word. I want to hear what your reaction is to being called a baseless in terms of your allegations and being a disgruntled former employee.
To that, I say that I first raised these, not allegations to me because I was there, but I first raised these concerns when I was an active member of her executive leadership team. I had everything to lose and I was not disgruntled. In fact, I fought for months to get in front of her to tell her, because I believed in her and her willingness to change what was going on in the office, and I believed that she needed to know. That is why I was so passionate on the audio recording, was because I believed that she didn't know for a lot of time. And then when the audio recording was actually the second time I had told her, but I was so passionate because all of the things that had happened already, I still wasn't disgruntled. I just wanted it to be fixed, and I wanted to vindicate my name because I did it simply because I knew that the youth of Fulton County deserved the resources that were given to them.
Well, thank you both for coming on. I got to leave it there. I really appreciate your time, and maybe we'll pick up with chapter 2 to see how things go with the litigation. Thanks so much, guys.
Thanks.
So we see how Fani operates, and I just can't imagine people still tooting her horn and saying how great she is, and y'all don't understand, and she's really doing this and she's really doing that, and she's really politicking like all politicians do. Anytime you have those many people languishing in a jail that's unindicted, I guess they don't have family members that can, do something about it. And what I mean by doing something about it is going to the polls and vote or getting active. It's very hard to get active or become an activist if it's not in you. It's very hard to do. And then some people never thought they would be into activism, but they just hear a story, pick up the mantle, and, take off running. A lot of times you find a lot of these people are not as grassroots as they say, and everybody's seeking a 501c3 and trying to get paid. So, Regina said, and that is why Amanda was allegedly fired and later labeled as a disgruntled employee, because she was persistent in trying to let Fani be aware of Cuffy and how the grant was being used. Exactly right. Having no idea that Cuffy was carrying out Fani's, mission. Because, when these people get to claiming all of these different, what do you call these things? Sororities and fraternities. You may even be a part of one, but you certainly believe that they stand for what they claim their mission is. But you come to find out it's a lot of things today is self-serving, and it has nothing to do with the people. I wanted to show which one is this? I wanted to show about this is the one. Exactly the one. Okay. Let me show y'all something, then I'm going to read an article, and then we're going to call it a night. I'm not going to play the one that I had that he did about Nathan Wade and his wife. I'll do that on Wednesday. That'll give us something, because our time is really moving fast. And I know that you guys, or those of you that are not multitasking and working all the time, got to go to work. And I certainly appreciate your time. But I want y'all to see on this essay kits. Remember, they said they gave her $2 million, y'all. $2 million. I want y'all to see what was spent. And I'm taking it all the way back to 2020. So she didn't come in office until 2021. We've seen this before, but I need y'all to see it again, because now we're looking at a different meaning. This is the monies that's been spent. And this is from the last DA before he left office. District Attorney's Office, confiscated funds, victims, witness assistance, equitable sharing, DA juvenile. Look at that amount right there. Whatever that is. But for the juvenile department, it was $9,335. Look at there. Nothing. Family violence prevention, nothing. So we're going to go every year since she been in office. 2021, because that's when the money came. The $2 million came on her watch. The money doubled. Look how much was spent. It won't even show up. $6,000. $6,000. And remember, they got $2 million now. And this is for the juveniles. $6,300. Nothing. $35. Violence against women. That's when she first got there. In 22. The salary went up to 2.5. Confiscated funds went up to 300,000. Look at the gang prevention program, just 71,000. Look at the SA kits, now we up to 32,000. Justice assistant grant, 17,000. Now, 15,000. This lady received millions of dollars. Let's go with 23. Salaries all but tripled. 4 million. Salaries up 4 million. They went a little bit up with the gang prevention program. 89,000. Now, do we have anything on here? We don't have. Let me go down some. Maybe I'm missing something. Because I don't see the SA kits. Here they are here. Look at the SA kits. 16,000. 19,000. Post-conviction DNA, 8,000. Prosecuting cold case DNA, 23,000. So these people are thinking that this woman in her office is really working for them. And she's gotten all these thousands, yet millions of dollars. And then they say, the commissioner said this. She can come to them and tell them she want to hire all these people like she says in every chance she gets. She said it on the steps of the church. I'm just grateful that the church didn't come crumbling down like the walls did in Jericho. It's amazing to me how she stood on those church steps and talking about we need to get with, and then she named two European commissioners who are Republican. And see, we got to quit looking at things like Republican and Democrat, because every bird that flies have two wings, a left one and a right one. But the bird uses the brain to tell the wings what to do. We got to start seeing this thing. Everything should be bipartisan. We know it is not, but we know it can be if we learn the Bill of Rights, which are the first 10 amendments to the Constitution for the United States and the 7 articles of the Constitution, and then study the Constitution of your state. Study the charter in your city. Study how the government is laid out so you'll know who to go to with complaints. That's why you vote these people in office. We don't vote them in office just so they can make $150,000 to $250,000 a year just to lock us up and to mock us and make fun of us, thumb their noses. That's a system been in place forever. And I'm going to tell you, this is me. Nobody else have to be of this opinion. I cannot allow someone to look like me treat me the way somebody look like them treated us. I can't do it. And maybe you didn't come from the mindset of the struggle. Maybe your life was beautiful and who cares? I don't. My broke, cheap life wasn't bad. I had a beautiful life too. Didn't even know I was poor. Because I didn't know what poor was. I just know pretty much everybody that I grew up around, we grew up the same way. Some were more fortunate than others. Some had more active parents than others. But we all lived on the same street, played at the same park, went to the same school, and spoke the same language. Just like those kids over on Cleveland Avenue that this woman and this judge is trying to send away because Fani Willis is rumored to have been sleeping with the guy who they're talking about now, a gang member, Donovan Thomas, from her old neighborhood, Inglewood, California. Now, she's older than that young man, so they didn't hang out together. They met while they were in the ATL, as they love to say. Everybody's looking for a stage and a spotlight in the ATL. And that's unfortunate. And again, remember when I say everybody, I'm not speaking on everybody, because we got some real people down there fighting. But you know, of course, the harvest is plenty, the workers are few. You're only going to have a few worker bees. I still have stupid people coming over here trying to make little funny remarks because their feelings are hurt. Life is about being done. When you're done, ain't nothing nobody can do to you. It ain't nothing they can say. It's nothing. And my daddy said if you was born to burn, you ain't gonna drown. So you don't have to worry about that. Whatever is whatever. What you have to worry about is living honorable, integral, doing what you know is right to do because it's the right thing to do. My mantra is, if to thine own self be true. If you true to yourself, you'll be true to everybody else. And you don't have to go along like everybody else does. Just know if you don't, you're going to be alone sometimes. And it's real good to be alone sometimes. You got to know that in your knower. A lot of people won't come in my chat because they don't want to be seen and laughed at and ridiculed. I'm so grateful they still hit the like and they still watch and they still support me. I'm grateful for that. Everybody don't have stick-to-itiveness. Everybody ain't no advocate. Everybody can't take a licking and keep on kicking. Do what you do. And if you're just the support of the background singer, then hey, sing your song and support your people. Do what you do. And if they can't accept that, it's on them, baby. It's on them, baby. Because as for me, I got me on me. And I'm going to be all right. I don't know if y'all saw Club Shay. The other night he had this guy on there that's a comedian. His name is Kel or something. But Ty Trippett was on there. And I was asleep. And I heard this voice because I love his voice. I don't buy his songs or anything, but I love seeing him perform live. But the name of the song is It's Gonna Be Alright. Y'all need to go check that out. He's at the very beginning of the show. And his whole band is his family. I didn't know that. And he got a brother just like his twin standing over there in the background. But it's gonna be alright. That's what the song was about. It's gonna be alright. Now I can't tell you when. I can't even tell you how. And I said higher. Damn, I tell y'all I be messing up words. I can't even tell you how. I be messing up these words, y'all. And that's mainly because I don't really do a lot of talking. During the week, I used to be on the phone all the time. People call. But now they into other things and doing whatever they do. And that's fine. I have no problem with that. So I rarely talk. Phyllis and I talk. But she be so busy. She's out here helping the senior citizens in the community. And the youth. She's awesome. Always doing something, getting invited somewhere by some dignitary. That's what she does. And Phyllis, I am 66. Phyllis is 70. 71. I think she was born in 53. So she'll be 71 this year. But she get out and do her thing. And my older sister and I, we just two little old oldies that can't get around. So you can call us oldies but goodies. Margaret, my older sister is your age. And we just oldies but goodies. And we just chit-chat on the phone. She's had vision problems all her life. So she doesn't drive and stuff anymore. Both of us got brand new cars, which somebody probably say them cars ain't brand new, but they brand new because they have under 15,000 miles on them. And hers is older than mine, and mine is a 2019. I think hers is a 2018 Honda. And we don't have 15,000 miles on our car. But we just chit-chat when we can, when we remember. And a lot of times the night before my show, I don't sleep well. I be up trying to put stuff together. I have so much stuff going through my head. I wonder sometimes, do I confuse people? And then I say, no. Everybody that's been watching me know by now how my mind operates from a bipolar point of view. And that's the way it operates. Sometimes I'm up, sometimes I'm down. My mind is always going. And if I had any technical skills, I would be hell. But I don't like technology. So it's not that I can't do it. I'm telling you, I don't want to do it. I don't like it, but I'm learning. That's how I learned to start just showing bits and bits. Since I can't edit, I just show bits and bits. And eventually, I'm probably going to get this room resituated so that I can get me an Ethernet. And hopefully we won't have all the buffering. Which tonight it did real good. But you 10 people are truly, truly a blessing to me, whoever you are, however long you stay. I wish people, I know they don't like these long videos, but I wish they would come and look at the videos because I really do have some good information. You are so welcome, Margaret. I greatly appreciate you for subbing up, for joining us, for engaging. Please continue to come whenever you feel like it. I'm only on Wednesdays and on Sundays. I try to go to other people's chat and support them, and it's kind of getting harder and harder to do that. You know, I need to just stick with who I know, and that's Asatar. And Asatar is about to hit 3,000, so Please go and sub up to Asatar if you're not subbed up. Let me put his link in here. He's about to hit 3,000, and Ask just started about 5 months ago. But he works very hard at it, and he's very good. If you can take him explaining everything, like he's somebody's great-grandfather, then you're going to be all right. I can't take it, but I love him anyway. And he just won't even get mad at me. He asks me sometimes, Toothless, why are you hollering at me, Toothless? And then he said, oh, I got it. I just love that young man. And he had a big reveal yesterday, and it was awesome. He and another one of our content creators went out. They met up. They both live in California, and they went and had lunch, and that was awesome, awesome, awesome. And she looked absolutely beautiful, and he was stunningly handsome with his slow self. I called him slow because he moves like he's slow, but Ass is real tall and can shoot that basketball. Hey, M. Jones. Well, this is a good one. Try to go back and just look at the different women she's messed over. I'm going to read one article, and we're going to call it a night. I had 3, but we looked at quite a bit, and it's almost 3 hours. So let me read this article, and I'll let y'all hear the tape as well. When she tried to tell Fani and warn her. I'll play the tape first, and then we'll read the article. So give me a minute. This is from the Washington Free Beacon. And this was done January 31st, 2024. Thank you, Regina. I just love you dearly. I appreciate it. Coming from you, that's just like coming from Michael, the fighting angel, because you're fantastic in my eyes as well. Awesome. Awesomely amazing. Okay, so here we go, y'all. Let's try to hear this, and then I'm going to read the article, because this is very important. I don't know. Maybe everybody have already voted, and they already chose a loser. But it's okay. Everything happens for a reason. So they can choose a loser, and the loser can win. But the race is not given to the swift, nor the battle to the strong. And it's a little bit more to that scripture, and then we go over and borrow from the New Testament. But to him that endured to the end, we just gonna run on and see what the end gonna be. Because the start and the finish, that's what we live for. The start and the finish. Okay, Fani Willis asked employee who blew whistle on misuse of federal funds. Embattled Georgia DA has a pattern. Y'all hear that? A pattern. Odor of mendacity. A pattern of violation of ethical violations, abuse of power, and misusing funds, whistleblower says. And we heard how the whistleblower talks. She doesn't even speak with that vernacular of arrogance, hatred, and envy. She's very humble and articulate, and she needs all the support she can get. If you can give anything to the GoFundMe for her, please do. If you can't, pass it along. Y'all don't know, that helps as well. All the time we don't have money, and that's why I find myself upside down a lot, because I don't have money and I'm spending more money than I'm taking in. But that's life, and I can't change it to save my life, because I believe until I leave here, I'm going to be paying something. So I may as well pay something into me that I like. But here we go. Let's listen to her first.
If you had to give me a sentence, what is the sentence meaning?
Once I told him about his, respectfully, in an email about his lack of leadership and the fact that he wanted to do things with grants that were impossible. And I kept telling him, like, we can't do that, and questioning stuff. He would take me off projects, tell people I wasn't doing what I was supposed to because I questioned him. Because I understood, I helped write that grant. I knew what was in that grant. He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're gonna get math books, we're gonna do that, we're gonna get swag, we're gonna use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county, all this. Took me off junior DA. I did not want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him. Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing. Period.
So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you and Mr. Cuffey were not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong.
Oh, y'all probably hearing too many noise and echo because I didn't have it on mute. But how is it clear to her that they were not getting along? That's her opinion. That's suggestive. And it didn't have nothing to do with Cuffey wasn't getting along. And then that condescending tone that she used, like she is so omnipotent and omniscient. She is the total opposite. She's delusional. I'm sorry if y'all heard that with that noise. Let me play this so y'all can hear it without the noise, the echo.
Once I told him about his, respectfully, in an email about his lack of leadership and the fact that he wanted to do things with grants that were impossible. And I kept telling him, like, we can't do that, and questioning stuff. He would take me off projects, tell people I wasn't doing what I was supposed to because I questioned him. Because I understood, I helped write that grant. I knew what was in that grant. He told everybody in front of Crystal, Deontay, everybody, we're gonna get math books, we're gonna do that, we're gonna get swag, we're gonna use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It's a very, very specific grant. Took me off. I questioned junior DA. There's kids in there from out of the county, all this. Took me off junior DA. I did not want to do it. He made it look as if I wasn't doing what I needed to do because I questioned him. Because I knew for a fact Mr. Cuffey respectfully did not know what he was doing. Period.
So I respect that is your assessment. It was clear to me that you and Mr. Cuffey were not getting along. And I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. I want you to really listen to the words I'm saying.
Cuffey, and this is my personal opinion, to one woman to another, is dangerous to your administration. He tells people, when I reached out to you, he told me, oh, you think your word is safe? Exactly when you reached out to Miss Willis, she called me and told me, she told me everything. So once you reach out to her, she's gonna reach back out to me. So I didn't even go to HR, and he put Dexter's name on my PDP, and I didn't even feel safe going to anybody.
Can I tell you something?
Mm-hmm.
I have 3 supervisors that have failed in this building. What's interesting to me, because I'm in a learning curve too, they each pretend to have a relationship with me that they do not have. Mm-hmm. I guess that's an intimidation tactic. Mm-hmm. I'm sorry that you felt that way, but you, Dexter certainly don't have no relationship with Michael Cuffey. You were safe to go those places.
Now tell me who believed that. She was safe to go those places, she said. Who believes that? It's really sad. But it is well, because she's gonna meet old Auntie Karma, and she ain't gonna be nothing nice. She's gonna remind her of who she really is. Okay, here we go. Let me read this article by Andrew Kerr. And this was January 31st, 2024. Remember, she fired her January 14th. The day she was in her office telling her all that stuff, and she talking about who didn't have a relationship with her, she demoted her to a file clerk. Fani Willis may have fired the employee who warned her about mishandling federal funds, but she didn't deny her allegations. And don't y'all notice that about crooks? When they really crooks, they don't deny. They just come back with some fanciful words. And I don't even see her speaking legalese. And maybe she's an awesome attorney. I don't know. We do know that she represented YSL Mundo. He's not named in the indictment, but they're getting rid of Gaines. But it was Big Jeff, Young Thug's father, who paid her the money. Conflict of interest. Now you're trying to put his son away for life because of a guy that you have been rumored to have slept with. Funny. Isn't it funny how things work out? Less than a year into her tenure as Fulton County District Attorney in 2021, Willis met with Amanda Tipson, an employee in the District Attorney's Office responsible for giving nonviolent juvenile offenders alternatives to the juvenile court system. During their conversation, a recording of which was reviewed by the Washington Free Beacon, Tipson claimed to Willis that she had been demoted after attempting to stop a top Willis campaign aide from misusing federal grant money meant for a youth gang prevention initiative. According to Tipson, the aide, Michael Koofy, and just a name like Koofy, Cuffy, Guffy, Goofy, whatever, is just really too much, planned to use part of the $488,000 federal grant earmarked for the creation of a Center of Youth Empowerment and Gang Prevention to pay for swag, computers, and travel. He wanted to do things with grants that were impermissible, and I kept telling him, like, we can't do that, Ms. Timpson told Willis in a November 19, 2021 meeting. He told everybody we're going to get MacBooks. We're going to get swag. We're going to use it for travel. I said, you cannot do that. It is a very, very specific grant. I respect, this is Willis talking, quote, that is your assessment, Willis responded, unquote. Quote, and I'm not saying that your assessment is wrong. So she's telling her, yeah, you got everything right, but what you don't know is I'm the head honcho of the HNIC, and it's going my way. You got it right. They call it in here, when we grew up, you got the right string, but you just got the wrong yo-yo. Later in the conversation, Willis apologized to Timpson and said Cuffy had failed her administration. And what she meant by that, in my opinion, is he didn't get rid of her. He let her languish, just like they did the people in the Fulton County jail when they don't indict them. And she's running around here lying, crying, and sleeping with whomever she can. Less than 2 months later, Willis abruptly terminated Timpson and had her escorted out of her office by 7 armed investigators, according to Timpson. When Timpson filed a whistleblower complaint the following year that alleged wrongful termination, Willis' office issued a statement. And this is about all this lady can say, describing Timpson as a holdover from the prior administration, who was terminated because of her failure to meet the standards of the new administration. If that be so, why didn't her termination letter say that? That's a lie. She said that you are at will and you're no longer needed here. You're no longer serving my purpose and bowing to my will. That's all she's saying. Timpson's experience sheds further light on how Willis, who campaigned on the promise of restoring integrity to the district attorney's office, does business. The Democrat has come under fire amid revelations that she tapped her lover, Nathan Wade, to handle the office's racketeering case against former President Donald Trump. Willis is also alleged to have misappropriated taxpayer funds to facilitate her affair with Wade, a married man. Must we remember his beautiful wife is right down here. The wife of Willis's, they say ex-lover. I don't know if they're exes or not. Okay, let me see. A married man. Let me go back to where I was. I get caught off. Here it is. With scant prosecutorial experience. He didn't have no prosecutorial experience. He's an ambulance chaser, as well as a trafficker of humans, and that's traffic court, by the way. That's what that means. Part-time. Part-time. Not full-time. My case and Nathan Wade's case are very similar when you break them down point by point, Timpson told the Free Beacon. Ethical violations, abuse of power, and the misuse of county, state, and federal funds. Timpson, who joined the Fulton County District Attorney's Office as Director of Gang Prevention and Intervention in 2018, was hopeful that Willis would take the office in a new direction. In December 2020, Willis named Timpson to her 2021 executive leadership team, a select group of employees tasked with playing a critical role of changing and rebranding the culture in the district attorney's office. What culture do they speak of? What rebranding was she trying to do? I didn't show y'all on the expenditures, but I'll show y'all. It seems every year she bought new furniture. Was she buying it for a new home, a new condo she was leasing from one of her employees? Or was she redecorating her office every year as if it was her home? I just want to make sure I didn't just read this. Timpson first got the sense that something was awry shortly after Willis assigned Cuffey to serve as Timpson's direct manager. By March 2021, Timpson said Cuffey planned to use part of the $488,000 federal grant earmarked for the creation of a Center of Youth Empowerment and Gang Prevention to pay for swag, computers, and travel. Instead of heeding Timpson's warnings that his plan was illegal, Cuffey claimed the purchases were part of Willis's vision. And in June 2021, Cuffey removed Timpson from the gang prevention program. And he said it was a part of her vision. She told them it was illegal, and she said she's done nothing wrong, nothing illegal. That's what Fani Willis said on the church steps. Cuffey disputed Timpson's version of events during an interview with the Free Beacon on Tuesday. He acknowledged that he had discussions with her about purchasing computers for the Center of Youth Empowerment and Gang Prevention. But Cuffey said he was proposing to pull dollars from a different fund to finance the purchase. No, what happened is they know that she has a tape, and he doesn't know if he's on tape. So he's got to try to make it sound, even though we're going to hear him lie if she has it on tape, he's going to make it sound like whatever it was he was saying is what he's saying now. You see, it's called CYA. They're covering their own behinds. Covering their own assator. Timpson met with Willis on July 26, 2021 to discuss her concerns about the gang prevention grant and the junior DA program. But Willis wanted to hear nothing of it, Timpson said. It reminds me of our senators and our representatives around Dallas. A lot of them have these kind of programs for disenfranchised children, but our children never find out about these programs because it's got to be recommended. And of course, they only recommend each other's children. Or like they say, they let family members come in from out of town for the summer and they get to work the internships and the junior programs. And our children are going around trying to get something to eat or doing what they do and end up on the evening news. I wanted to make sure she knew because I didn't want any scandal to be related to her. She immediately cut me off in the middle of my sentence and demoted me from the director of juvenile diversion to a file clerk. Now wary of Willis's approach, Timpson brought a recorder with her the second time she warned her boss about alleged financial malfeasance in the office. I knew it was me against the entire office, Timpson said. If I didn't get any hard evidence about what I was saying, everyone was just going to write me off. During their November 19, 2021 meeting, Timpson told Willis about Cuffey's stated plans to spend federal funds on computers and other ineligible expenses. And if you notice, Willis didn't even speak to none of that. She started talking about how she know who don't know who and who don't mess with who. So she know that's a lie. She didn't deal with the issues that she was presented with. Documents reviewed by the Free Beacon confirmed the grant in question was not meant to be spent on computers or other items. The Fulton County Center of Youth Empowerment and Gang Prevention never opened, and the county-owned building meant to house it is closed to the public, its gates padlocked. Timpson followed up with Willis on December 7, 2021, reiterating in an email concerns that federal funds were being misappropriated. I have been humiliated and retaliated against for doing the right thing, Timpson wrote, trying to protect your administration from scandal and advocate for the youth. I was charged with working on behalf of. Willis never responded to the email. He fired Timpson on January 14, 2022. As you know, you serve as an at-will employee with the Office of the Fulton County District Attorney. A signed letter from Willis to Timpson read, please accept this correspondence as notice that your services to this office are no longer needed. Timpson says Willis had her escorted out of the office by 7 armed investigators. I am 4'11" on my best day, Timpson told the Free Beacon. Who is so scared of me that you have to walk me out of the building by 7 armed investigators? I've never had a warning about any negative behavior that would warrant someone feeling threatened by me. Timpson in August 2022 filed a whistleblower complaint in Fulton County Superior Court seeking the damages for lost wages. The case is in discovery. And all they're doing is making up stuff, but even made-up documents can be overcome. After firing Timpson, Willis' office in November 2022 used $1,245 of the federal funds from the gang prevention grant to purchase items from Dale. County spending records show. So they went ahead and broke the law anyway. But they yet in courtrooms prosecuting people for breaking the law. It was not the first time Willis dipped into federal grants to purchase computers and finance travel. In 2020, the DA's office received a $2 million grant from the SA Kit initiative to help clear the Atlanta Police Department's APE kit backlog. Willis' office has since pulled nearly $13,000 from the grant to purchase computers and spent an additional $27,000 on airfare, hotels, and car rentals, according to Fulton County records. Wonder who was she fluing out? Not flying, but who was she fluing out to Napa Valley, getting chocolates and caviar and champagne, while of course she drank Grey Goose, Get Loose. Willis' office has also purchased computers using grants from the Georgia Innocence Project. So she don't care nothing about the DNA. Y'all seen where she didn't do no post DNA, very little, $8,000 worth. But she took money from the Innocence Project. And the Matthew Shepard and James Byrd Jr., that was a hate crime dragged all through the state of Texas. And this is how she uses his name. Hate Crimes Program and federal funds appropriated under the Violence Against Women Act, according to spending records. It's not clear if computers are allowable expenditures in any of the grants. And why they need so many computers? Who are they buying computers for? The family members? So everybody can get their own YouTube channel and talk about her and them? The DA's office issued a statement dismissing Timpson's as a holdover from the prior administration. After Timpson filed her suits against Willis in office, Timpson, who has since secured letters of recommendation from more than 20 associates, including Fulton County Assistant District Attorney Natalie Zellner, said Willis' statement made it hard for her to find employment. It was honestly tormenting, Timpson said. Someone in a position of power is saying this about me, and I have no way to combat it. Timpson's attorney in November dropped a libel and defamation suit against Willis because the district attorney, as an elected official, has vast protections from such claims. But Timpson plans to file a similar suit against the Fulton County District Attorney's Office in the near future. Neither Willis nor the Fulton County District Attorney's Office responded to a request for comment. And did you hear her when she said that the lady went through her LinkedIn page and trying to stalk her through LinkedIn? I mean, this lady is, really, that's why they didn't do anything about what happened to Representative Maynard because she's a stalker too. So, why would one stalker lock up another stalker? Thank you, M. Jones. I greatly appreciate that. Yes, she is a cold little old heifer. Regina said article Jordan subpoenas documents from Fulton County DA over federal grants link. She gave you the link so you can go and check that out. That's one thing we try to do here. I may say a lot of things, but what we want you to do is go and research it for yourself. Because we don't want it said that we say it. Whether it's true or if it's imaginary. We just want to drop the keys. You take them and open the door to what you want to know. If you're interested in knowing anything further. But if you're not interested, teach it to your grandbabies. And even if you don't know how to write a paper, just tell them to write you a story about what they read. Have them to read the article and tell you a story about it. You would be amazed how our children really, really, really want our attention. And they will do anything in their little minds to please us. They really will. In my opinion, Willis did something to Koofy because afterwards he also left and claimed for personal reasons. However, before he left, he threw allegations out about Amanda, about her wanting money. Yeah, that's what they all say, but defamation is money. So I don't understand why these dumb people don't understand. You're taking the lawful route to keep from taking the unlawful route. You know, I don't know why people think that, you know, people are stupid or crazy, but, you know, we're not prosecutors, so we can't indict nobody like the DA can and won't. Regina says 7 armed investigators escorted Amanda Timpson out of the building after she revealed a letter stating her services were no longer needed and Georgia is at will state. No reason required. Yeah, see, when they start giving you a reason, that's when you can fight them. But any state that's not unionized pretty much is considered at will. And people need to know that. They don't have to give you a reason. Any day that they come in, they can decide today is the day that you're no longer employed with this office. And I read this letter and showed it to you guys before, but it may not come out as clear as it will when I take it directly from the document. I just made a copy of it. But since we're here, I just want y'all to see this for yourselves. So don't believe what people tell you. And even our eyes will play tricks on us. But you better believe in something. And know everything is not the devil. You know, I really wished I could have played The Usual Suspect, because I really would love for everybody, if you have not seen that movie, y'all definitely need to go see Kaiser Soze. I mean, The Usual Suspect is awesome, awesome, awesome. And y'all need to check it out. But this is a letter that they hand-delivered to her, which I showed y'all earlier, but it may have been a little blurred. And this lady kills me in your service. Okay. Somebody taught her that salutation, and she thinks that's really the proper one to say, and she's serving nobody but herself. And that's what's sad. Okay, let's see here. I have 3 articles, and we'll call it a night. We've already passed 3. And all she did was slander this girl's name. And she was libelous. She's horrible. Boy, her daddy really didn't do well with her. I don't know, maybe he was the debonair attorney that he said he was. Looked like he could have had a problem with spirits, in my opinion, but you know, you can never deem the person that. They have to deem themselves. The Washington Free Beacon, Democrats. Fani Willis claims her whistleblower was a poor employee. Willis office-wide emails say otherwise. Now check this out. This is February the 2nd, y'all, 2024. Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis defended her decision to fire an employee who blew the whistle on attempted abuse of taxpayer funds in her office, saying in a statement Friday she's terminated the whistleblower for poor work performance. But Willis sang a different tune about the whistleblower, former director of juvenile diversion Amanda Timpson, in the months leading up to her abrupt termination in January 2022. Emails obtained by the Washington Free Beacon show. Baby, these reporters earn their money. And believe it or not, I earned mine, so mine is going to come one day. A workman is worthy of its hire. Willis sang Timpson's praises in a staff-wide email on September 9, 2021, saying the whistleblower had a dynamic skill set that would serve her well in her new role as a liaison between 2 departments in the office. Timpson told the Free Beacon that file clerk was a more appropriate description of the role, to which she said Willis demoted her after she first warned the district attorney in July 2021, meeting that one of the top aides was trying to misappropriate a federal gang prevention grant to pay for swag, travel, and computers. Amanda Tipson will become our new liaison between record restrictions and pretrial diversion, Willis said in the email. She has been dynamic serving with Valencia Younger and will continue in that role assisting with records, but she will now expand to also working intimately with adult diversion as directed by Deputy Toole and Deputy Chief of Staff Epiphany Henry. I am really excited about this dynamic group, Willis added. Willis was being sarcastic and condescending. That wasn't the first time Willis praised Timpson's after demoting her to file clerk. A few days prior, Timpson was informed by the district attorney's media relations manager. Now remember, Robin Bryant Yearty is her name, so she's going to come up in here. Timpson was informed by the district attorney's media relations manager that Willis had personally nominated her to be the featured employee on the next issue of the monthly district attorney dispatch letter. You have been nominated by Madam DA to be in the next issue of the DA dispatch. Media Relations Program Manager Robin Yearty is Robin Bryant. See, this is the stuff that Ashley Merchant was talking about. This is it. I didn't even know I had this. This is redacted. That's why it's good to have the articles sometime. Then you can just pull up the articles. And below you will see that after all of this, on 8/29, I was nominated to be the office. That's where she started. But you know, an email normally starts at the bottom. Hello, Amanda. You have been nominated by Madam DA to be the next issue of the DA Dispatch. I am sure that you have seen our fabulous newsletter by now and have seen the features thus far. Yours will be similar. Some of them like to come up with their own bio and offer, and others prefer me to interview them. If you prefer me to interview you, please let me know of a time on Monday that we can either talk over the phone or in person. Please make sure that you add some things about yourself that we don't already know. Smile. I will also need to pitch 2 pictures from you, one professional and one fun one. If it will be easier for you to text them to me, please do so. And then she gave the number. Thank you, Robin Bryant, Media Relations Program Manager. Now, she paid this lady a $10,000 contract to be her media relations, to make sure her social media was up to par, and she was her stylist. And they said she didn't want to be a part of any of this stuff. And so, from Miss Tipkins, she said, "Greetings and good evening, Robin. Are you certain you are looking for me and not Amanda Green? You are looking for..." And she said, "She definitely wanted you. I will talk to you later on to see what time we can talk. We are at the arraignment right now." And that was back in August 2021. And she sent to her, "Greetings and good morning, Robin. Thank you so much for the clarification. Please let Madam DA know that I recently declined her nomination. I would prefer not to take part in the upcoming DA dispatch issue. However, I am truly appreciative for the nomination. Thank you, and as always, be well." Yeah, they didn't like her tenacity and her ability to stand alone without fear. That's what they didn't like about her, and especially the cowardice DA. The bully. You can always tell the bully because they're the cowards, and they get everybody else to do their bidding. Below, you will see that after all this, on 8/29, I was nominated to be in the office-wide newsletter as a spotlighted employee, to which I declined, as I believed it was either intended to retaliate against me further and or a way to try to make up for all they have done. And that's what she had shared with the people that she shared that with. And so coming down to the end of the letter, okay. Tipson disputed the notion that she was a holdover. Okay, now I got to go up a little bit more. I was reading this where Robin had said that to her. And then Tipson declined the nomination. She's over here demoting me and saying I'm not doing my job. And next thing you know, she's trying to put me in her newsletter, Tipson told the Free Beacon. I was so flabbergasted. Willis offered a radically different assessment of Tipson's work performance in a statement to Politico on Friday, calling the whistleblower a holdover employee from the previous administration who was terminated for cause. Well, she just lied because her letter doesn't give her cause. Her letter says at will. But she lied to this newspaper by saying for cause. And these people don't hold her to account for nothing. Let's see what this statement says. If I can find it. Yeah. That's me being nosy. I don't have to be nosy about that. We know this story. Tipson disputed the notion she was a holdover from former Fulton County District Attorney Paul Howard's administration. I am not a holdover. There were no holdovers, the whistleblower said. She elected me after she and her people interviewed me in front of a 9-member panel. Can you imagine interviewing in front of a 9-member panel? Not that you couldn't do it, because I'm sure we all could. We're professional. We're good at what we do. But who would want to interview and 9 people waiting to ask you what? I mean, it's just ridiculous. Indeed. Okay, they all trying to body read and try to see where your head's at. Ask you all these ethical questions different ways to see if you're going to play for the home team. And they chose her, but they should have known. But maybe because she was meek and humble, they thought she was a pushover. And they thought, like Fani, she's going to be doing the Lord's work, so she's willing to do anything. And the Lord must be the Lords of London. That's the only thing I can say. I don't know. Let's keep going. Okay. If for other than lack of work, let me go. No, let's go here. Tipson recorded her telling we did all of that, but we haven't read that because that's down here.
This the right letter? It looked like I went into a different letter. That's my same letter. Let me look at this date. Yeah, I think it's the same letter. It's not the same letter. It's not. It's not the same letter. Okay. I lost my place in the letter. So I'm going to do this last one because I have these three for us. And since we gone this far, I may as well go and finish out my show. But first, let me read what y'all saying. Seven oil investigators out of the building after she received the letter. Yep. Exactly, Toothless. Whenever an employer gives you a reason for dismissing you, you can fight them. This is one of the main reasons why most states protect themselves being at will, no reason. That's right. What happened to Fani's mother? I would love to know. I honestly don't know what happened to her. I don't know if she's still living or what, but sound like maybe her grandmama or somebody raised in the daddy supposed to have been off doing Indiana Jones, fighting over in Rwanda in the legal system. So who knows who really had a hand in rearing this girl. She could have been one of those orphanage babies for all we know. That's evil to go that far and to even slander her. I believe in karma. It's real. Amanda hadn't been in her new position a year, only months. How could she say she was fired for poor work performance? No warning. Plus, she the one made up the program. So this woman is just no good. Wow, Robin Bryant was Fani's friend with the condo Fani and Nathan used for their infidelity. Yes, I believe it was more to it than that too. Yeah, she loved lying. She can't help but lie. I think her name, if you look up what Fani means, it probably means liar. We know all names have meanings. Oh. I took a big bite of my food and I want to put it on mute so y'all didn't have to hear me smacking. Phyllis made me some of my beautiful vegetables. She do zucchini squash and yellow squash with different color bell peppers and onions. And then she seared that chicken and grilled it on her little grill, inside grill, and chop it up and then fix some teriyaki taste and sauce that's oh so good and put it over a bed of rice. And so I took a big gulp, so please forgive me. Yeah, Regina, that's what I was talking about. She fried Robin after this. All of that was in it together. She ain't gonna make me believe different. I'm telling you, it's some hanky-panky going down. Because remember, Robin thought she was in and she was talking about Madam DA. And the madam had her demoted. And I think it was the same Cuppy guy. Yeah, I had her demoted. So these people, boy, but people don't realize when they laughing and making fun of you, or they might not even be laughing and making fun of you. But when they stand by and watch it happen to you, and I know people claim it ain't their business and they shouldn't get involved, but it's me today. It could be you this evening. You never know. Okay, so the Justice Department uncovers inconsistencies in Fani Willis's use of federal funds. And this one was April the 10th, 2024. President Joe Biden's Justice Department has uncovered inconsistencies in Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis' use of federal grant funds, the Washington Free Beacon has learned. The bombshell discovery comes 2 years after Willis fired a whistleblower who had warned the district attorney that her office was attempting to misuse a $488,000 federal grant to pay for swag, computers, and travel. And they always say that all together, swag, computers, and travel. It's that same grant that the Justice Department's Office of Justice Programs now says is plagued with reporting discrepancies from Willis's office. Errors that federal authorities only disclosed to the Free Beacon after providing contradictory statements regarding awards Willis's office may have made under the grant. And it wasn't even to her people. It was to some alumni she belonged to. During our review of the award, to respond to this inquiry, we have noticed some inconsistencies in what Fulton County has reported to the federal sub-award reporting system, and we are working with them to update their reporting accordingly, a Justice Department spokeswoman told the Free Beacon on Friday. The Justice Department did not provide any further details on the nature of Willis's reporting inconsistencies on the $488,000 federal grant, which was earmarked for the creation of a Center for Youth Empowerment and Gang Prevention in Atlanta. The grant ended in September 2023, but the center never opened. Isn't that something? The Justice Department is coordinating with Willis' office to fix the grant reporting inconsistencies amid an ongoing House Judiciary Committee investigation into Willis's use of federal grant funds. Committee Chairman Rep. Jim Jordan, Republican Ohio, subpoenaed Willis in early February for records related to the $488,000 federal grant and the whistleblower allegations made by former Willis staffer Amanda Timpson, who was listed as the grant director until the district attorney abruptly fired her in January 2022. Jordan threatened to hold Willis in contempt of Congress on March 14th after the district attorney responded to his subpoena with a narrow set of documents that had nothing to do with Timpson's whistleblower allegations. Willis wrote in response what Jordan's demands were unreasonable and uncustomary, and suggested his investigation was an effort to derail her election interference case against former President Donald Trump. My word, this lady don't have a clue. The Free Beacon questions that prompted the Justice Department's discovery of Willis' reporting inconsistencies centered on sub-award payments the district attorney may have made to the Offender Alumni Association, an Alabama-based charity staffed by former prison inmates. Now, what that got to do with anything? I think she like men in uniform as well. She like them gangsters. Whether or not the Offender Alumni Association received payments from the federal grant depends on who is asked. Listen to this, y'all. Fulton County records show that Willis' office transferred $88,900 from the federal gang prevention grant to the Offender Alumni Association. But the group's administrative director, Tony Barnett, told the Free Beacon that she had no idea why the county was reporting making those payments to her group in 2022 and 2023. Oh yeah, you got an idea. I have no idea where that information is coming from, Barnett told the Free Beacon on March 15th. I have no idea why you're calling or where you're getting that information from. You need to go to that government resource and you need to let that validate whatever you want to say or print, because I don't know what you're talking about. Offender Alumni Association co-founder Deborah Daniels and Chief Operating Officer Dana Dickerson did not return several subsequent requests for comment. On March 27th, a Justice Department spokeswoman told the Free Beacon that federal authorities had no records on any sub-grant payments from Willis's office to the Offender Alumni Association. The Offender Alumni Association is not listed as a sub-grantee for the grant award. Gang Prevention in Fulton County awarded $488,594. The spokeswoman told the Free Beacon. Hence, the questions regarding the organization as a sub-grantee are not applicable. Okay, that's what you say now. Let's keep reading. However, the Justice Department changed its tune after the Free Beacon informed it that its records contradicted Fulton County's records, which disclosed $89,900 in sub-payments to the Offender Alumni Association. Upon further research, we found that Offender Alumni Association is included as a Fulton County sub-grantee in subsequent documents, a Justice Department spokeswoman told the Free Beacon on April 1st. We apologize for this initial error. Yeah, right. And they think because they say we apologize, it's just like somebody beating you upside your head telling me, I'm sorry, baby. Let's go back to the way it used to be. Please. The Justice Department refused to provide the Free Beacon with copies of the subsequent documents showing Willis's office made sub-grant payments to the Offender Alumni Association, or the date that Willis's office reported the payments to federal authorities. Willis' office did not return a request for comment. Well, I'm sure it's baseless and they're lying and they can't prove anything. You know, that's their favorite line. I'm sure it'll be dismissed. They think everybody is Glanville. They're not. They're not. The inconsistencies surrounding Willis' use of federal grant funds were discovered just weeks after a judge ruled the embattled district attorney could remain on her election interference case against Trump. The former president's legal team petitioned to remove Willis from the case over her clandestine affair with Special Prosecutor Nathan Wade, with whom she had an illicit relationship while paying him more than $650,000 in legal fees to prosecute the former president. Fulton County Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee said in a March 15th order that an odor of mendacity remains. After weeks of public hearings over Willis's relationship with Wade, but the judge allowed Willis to stay on the case if she fired Wade. Trump's legal team is seeking to overturn the ruling at the Georgia Court of Appeals. Willis has since christened herself as the face of the feminist movement after receiving the green light to stay on her case against Trump. Quote, y'all, I didn't know I was the face of the feminist movement, but somehow I became it. Unquote, Willis said during an interview on CNN. Quote, and I think that women feel like women are treated differently when they're professionals and they're proud to see someone that is strong and trying to do the right job, unquote. Now, if that's the worst shit I ever heard in my life, that would be one of the worst quotes I've ever heard in my life. And that's, young ladies and gents, is truly the tale of 5 cities. So Regina says, yep, she eventually fired Robin. I'm not understanding why the Judiciary Committee is just looking into the $488,000 grant. Finance Department misappropriated all funding given to the GA Department. All funding need investigation. Where are all those government cars, Fani? Remember, Superior Court Judge Scott McAfee is up for re-election also. Yeah, I believe that's why he went the way he went when he went. When he voted, to let her stay on. I'll say when he voted. When he made the decision to let her stay on because, he know what time it is. He's just doing the best he can do. But now, and y'all, I told y'all about all this money she's raised. How she's raising $500,000 and nobody in her lane has raised over 2 digits. Yeah, maybe I'm going too far. They may be in 3 digits, maybe 4. Scott McAfee came the closest. He moved to 6 digits. He's got 125,000 the last I heard. But most of the people that run in those races, they say don't even raise 4 digits. I ain't trying to be funny, maybe 5 digits. So, I don't know, it's funny. It's just really funny. So you just, you have to just take it as it comes and do know that weeping endureth for a night, but joy cometh in the morning. And you can say the moaning, the morning, the whatever time it comes, because it's going to come. I just don't know when. And so that's why my daddy said, in this life is truly a cycle. It's a circle. Don't get too overwhelmed when bad comes. This too shall pass. And don't get too excited when good comes, because bad is sure to follow. It's just a cycle of life. And so when you learn how to use the I'm done theory, feel your feelings, go through what you need to go through, but be done. And when you be done, you can cut your emotions. You can cut that pain time real short. I'm not saying don't feel the pain of whatever the pain that you're going through. Feel it, for sure. But you don't have to stay there. On that note, we will go, I'll do the Wade thing, but I was going to talk about the wife and how he's cheated her. And then I want to play his little snippet of an interview where he said that having relationships in the office is as common as America and apple pie. And he and the woman crossed the threshold and fell in love. That man ain't fell in love with nothing. He doesn't even love himself. Regina said, not to the point. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to get ready to close this out. But yep, 500,000. It is Well, no, she giving them money. It's all that grant money and stuff she's going through. Fani is bankrolling the clergy and the judiciary. He's paying the judges and everybody, in my opinion. Just one woman's opinion. That's the only reason why these people could endorse and act like they act with this person. But it'll all come out in the wash. On that note, I'm leaving the Tiger's Den. Everybody have a beautiful night. And let's go out with our future.
I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us who we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I failed, if I succeed, at least I'll live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all. And if I chance that special place that you've been dreaming of takes you to a lonely place, find yourself in love.